Good morning. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance of December 15th, 2025 is hereby called to order. Pleasant good morning again to the people of the Virgin Islands. I'm Senator Novel E. Francis Jr., and I'm the chair of the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. I want to say a happy holidays to all present, viewing, listening. Welcome to December 15th meeting of the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. Today marks the final meeting of this committee for this calendar year. Since taking leadership of this committee for the 36th legislature, I've held 8 regular meetings, with today being the 9th for the Finance Committee. The committee's due diligence is reflected in the 16 bills that were successfully forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee with favorable recommendation. This is, in fact, a hardworking committee, and that designation is never more evident than during the budget season, which began on June 3rd with the fiscal year 2026 budget overview and ended with the budget wrap-up on August 19th. During the 3-month span, the committee met 22 times, focus forward on being good stewards of the government resources while dealing with the realities of an extreme challenge in the federal environment. Each meeting was attended at least by 10 members of my 10 colleagues, to include both committee members as well as non-committee members. I thank all of my colleagues for their continued support and commitment to this process. Today, this committee will hear 7 bills, which will include 3 previously held leases and a new purchase agreement, as well as bills involving the installation of street lights, the establishment of the Territorial Marine Safety Fund, and implement penalties for disregarding marine advisories, and lastly, the accreditation status of the Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation. As usual, we have a busy day ahead, so at this time, I'd like to remind everyone to please put your phone on silent to avoid any interruptions. I also want to pay homage. We had several incidents over the weekend that bear us talking about here in the territory. Of course, we had this situation over at Brown University in Province, Rhode Island, recently, where we had 2 students that was murdered and several, I think a total of 9 individuals that was injured. And of course, yesterday too, we saw the incident over in Australia, which resulted in about 15 individuals being murdered, as well as 40 individuals injured. So we are going into the holiday seasons, and we continue to grieve, the situation that's occurring. So certainly we want to continue to keep those families in our prayers and continue to pray for healing and for some calmness in this community as we continue to see the level of violence that's going on. We also heard the announcement of Michael Springer, where he passed away yesterday as well. As news after 12 o'clock hit St. Croix and really spread throughout the Virgin Islands. Michael Springer certainly was a businessman in our community, as well as an individual that had run for the Senate several times, and continued to be he was a radio personality and really just advocate in a number of areas. So just want to offer our condolences as well to his family during this difficult time of bereavement. Madam Clerk, at this time, please conduct the roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Here.
Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca.
I'm here.
Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
Present.
Senator Frederick, present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vele.
Here.
Senator Vele, present. Mr. Chair, 6 present, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have a quorum and prepared to proceed. Please recognize the presence of non-committee member, Senator Avery Lewis, our secretary. Good morning, Senator. Welcome. Thank you for joining us here. I don't see any other non-committee members on St. Croix thus far. Madam Clerk, please read the items in block number 1 into the agenda at this time.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriations,
and Finance will meet on Monday, December 15th.
1 second. Try now, please.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance will meet on Monday, December 15, 2025, 10 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall in St. Thomas to receive testimony on the following bills. Block 1, Bill number 36-0199, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Ascent Property Management, LLC, for parcel numbers 1 to 3 and 1 to 9 Subbase, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, to develop the premises to operate, establish, and manage a slate of subtenants pursuant to an approved development plan, sponsored by Senator Milton E. Potter by request of the Governor. Invited testifiers, Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, VI Department of Property and Procurement; Randa D'Souza, Chief Administrative Officer, Accent Property Management, LLC. Bill number 36-0204, an act approving a multi-year lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Commercial Investments, LLC, for parcel number 30 Submarine Base, number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, for a logistics, storage warehouse, and other related purposes, sponsored by Senator Milton E. Potter by request of the Governor. Invited testifiers, Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, VA Department of Property and Procurement, and Judy Perez Ferdinand, General Manager, Commercial Investments, LLC. Bill number 36-0205, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Submarine Base Warehouse, LLC, for parcel numbers 12 and 12A, Submarine Base, Crown Bay Field, number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, and 145 Consolidated Crown Bay Field Submarine Base, number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, for the purpose of bulk storage, establishing a slate for subtenants on the premises, parking, and other permitted purposes, sponsored by Senator Milton E. Potter by request of the Governor. Invited testifiers, Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, VI Department of Property and Procurement, and Enrique Rodriguez, sole member, Submarine Base Warehouse, LLC. BR 25-0942, an act ratifying the contract for the purchase and sale of real property between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Z Property VI, LLC, sponsored by Senator Milton E. Potter by request of the Governor. Invited testifiers, Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, VA Department of Property and Procurement; Peter Zilk, President, Z Property VI, LLC. This ends the reading for Block 1, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, for reading today's Block 1 agenda into the record. We do have the testifiers seated at the testifiers table, but before we go to them, we'll take a recess so that we could just review the items in block number 1. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands at recess. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back in record and out of recess. I'd like to recognize the presence of Senator Maurice James, as well as a committee member, of course, as well as non-committee member, Senate President Senator Milton E. Potter. Do I hear a motion at this time?
Motion.
Motion, Senator Viola, you recognize for your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move to remove Bill number 36-0199 and act approving a lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and Asset Property Management, LLC, for parcels number 123 and 129 South Bay, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, to develop the premises to operate, establish, and manage a slate of subtenants pursuant to an approved development plan from today's agenda. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Viola, seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Ray Fonseca. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Do I hear a motion? Senator Viola, you recognize your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move to remove Bill number 36-0204 and act approving a multi-year lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and Commercial Investments, LLC, for parcel number 30 Submarine Base, number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, for a logistics, storage, warehouse, and other related purposes from today's agenda. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Kurt Viola, seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Ray Fonseca. Hearing no objection, so ordered. That will be Bill number 36-0204. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Senator Viola, you recognize your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that Bill number 36-0205 be removed from today's agenda and act approving a lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and Submarine Base Warehouse, LLC, for parcels number 12 and 12A Submarine Base, Crown Bay Field, number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, and 145 Consolidated Crown Bay Field, Submarine number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, for the purpose of bulk storage, establishing a slate of subtenants on the premises, parking, and other permitted purposes. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Kurt Viola, seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Ray Fonseca. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Again, that's Bill number 36-0199, Bill number 36-0204, and Bill number 36-0205. All three of those will be removed from today's agenda and rescheduled at some later time within the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance for future consideration. At this time, we do have a BR 25-0942 before us, and is an act ratifying the contract for the purchase and sale of real property between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Z Property VI LLC. And at this time, who speaks to this bill?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Mr. President, you recognize for presentation on BR number 25-0942.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and colleagues. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I offer BR number 25-0942. This transaction converts a liability into revenue while stimulating economic development in a historic town of Christiansted. The government receives $260,000 for property that currently yields no benefit and, quite frankly, poses ongoing maintenance burdens for the territory. Z Properties' planned redevelopment aligns with broader revitalization goals for the Christiansted area, promising job creation and enhanced community aesthetics. The property serves no current or planned government function, making this sale fiscally prudent and strategically sound for territorial development objectives. At the appropriate time, I'm asking my colleagues to support this initiative. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator President, for presentation on BR number 25-0942. We also have testifiers seated at the testifiers table, and we go quickly to them to be able to identify themselves before we open up for testimony. We do have representing the Commissioner Lisa Alejandro from Virgin Islands Property and Procurement, Assistant Commissioner Vince Richards. Good morning, sir. Can you do a mic check?
Good morning, Senator Francis and committee.
Very well. And we do have the president of Z Property VI LLC, Mr. Peter Zilke. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Very well. At this time, we'll get your testimony. Assistant Commissioner Richards.
Good morning, Committee Chair Novelli Francis Jr., Vice Chair Marvin A. Blyden, committee members, the Honorable Senators Kurt Viale, Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Ray Fonseca, Hubert L. Frederick, and Maurice C. James, non-committee members, central and legislative staff, my fellow testifier, and visitors present in the chamber and members of the viewing and listening audience. I'm Vincent Richards, Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement. I testify today on behalf of Commissioner Lisa M. Alejandro to offer testimony on the contract of sale with Z Properties VI LLC, hereafter Z Property. The government of the Virgin Islands, through the Department of Property and Procurement, seeks legislative approval to sell parcel 20A, Hospital Street, Christiansted, St. Croix, to Z Properties VI LLC for an agreed purchase price of $260,000 and 0 cents. Parcel 20-A, Hospital Street, was acquired by the government of the Virgin Islands in 1997 through a deed of gift from a Miss Gwendolyn Francis Civil. Since its acquisition, the property has remained unmaintained and has not served any active government purpose. Over nearly 3 decades, the parcel has continued to deteriorate due to inactivity, creating both maintenance burdens and liability concerns for the government. Z Properties VI LLC expressed an interest in purchasing the property for redevelopment, and the government of the Virgin Islands has no current or future need for the subject property. This expression of interest aligns with the government's objectives to encourage investment, restore vitality in the Christiansted area, and transition unused government-owned properties into productive and beneficial use. Although 31 VI Code subsection 205 does not require 3 appraisals as part of the disposition process for government property, to support the evaluation process, the department engaged 3 independent appraisers to determine the market value of the parcel in the interest of transparency, accuracy, and thorough review. Z Properties agreed to pay $260,000. This agreed purchase price provides a substantial financial benefit to the government. To further demonstrate commitment, the buyer remitted an earnest deposit of $26,000 to the department. The sale eliminates a long-standing public liability. The property's deteriorated condition poses risks and requires ongoing maintenance that the government cannot afford by transferring ownership to a capable private developer. The financial return is exceptionally favorable to the government of the Virgin Islands. The economic activity provided improved public safety and enhanced appearances of the surrounding area. Additionally, the property has no identified present or future use, making continued retention unnecessary. Finally, the department has followed all appropriate procedures, including appraisal review, legal examination, and financial vetting, and has adhered to all statutory and regulatory requirements pertaining to the disposition of government-owned property. Based on the financial advantages, community benefits, buyers' qualifications, and lack of government need for the property, the Department of Property and Procurement strongly recommends the approval of Bill number BR 25-0942. The sale of parcel number 20-A Hospital Street to Z Properties will eliminate a government liability, generate substantial revenue for the territory, advance redevelopment objectives for Christiansted, and convert an abandoned parcel into a productive community asset. This transaction is prudent, responsible, and clearly in the best interest of the government and the people of the Virgin Islands. In our capacity as a custodian of all government-owned properties, the Department of Property and Procurement under Commissioner Lisa M. Alejandro remains committed to working collaboratively with this esteemed body, and I am pleased to affirm that through this strategic collaboration, the Department of Property and Procurement will advance the rehabilitation and adaptive use of a long vacant property. This undertaking is not merely an administrative exercise, it is a tangible demonstration of our enduring commitment to revitalizing underutilized assets and contributing meaningfully to the sustained economic recovery and future prosperity of Christiansted St. Croix in the United States Virgin Islands. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony and for your consideration of this legislation. I stand ready to answer any questions you may have regarding this lease and this sale. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you. Mr. Chair, committee members, at the appropriate time, I have a slideshow to show the subject property when you're ready, if you so choose.
Very well, we'll do it right after Mr. Zilke's testimony. Mr. Peter Zilke, you recognize for your testimony?
Thank you. I'm just going to read what I wrote.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, yep. The acquisition and planned redevelopment of this property align with my longstanding vision to restore and revitalize Hospital Street. It is a historically significant corridor that has experienced prolonged vacancy and disinvestment. Returning the structure to productive use will contribute to improved safety, preservation of historic character, and overall economic vitality of downtown Christiansted. In addition, the redevelopment of 20A will support the expansion of affordable housing within the town core, addressing a critical community need while encouraging responsible urban infill. This project represents a thoughtful balance between historic preservation, community beautification, and practical solutions to housing accessibility for working residents of Christiansted. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zilke, for your testimony. And I know that media, you can go ahead and proceed with the slideshow. And if someone could narrate.
Okay. Chairman, committee members, this is a subject property. It's number 20A Christiansted. This is what it looks like from the front of the road. This is from the side of the property. This is another picture from the front of the road. This is from a photograph from on the porch of the property. This is a map showing you where the property is located. It's highlighted in yellow for a sense of direction or geographical location. The long building in the middle, that's I believe that's a warehouse that the Department of Education currently uses for their school lunch program. And directly across the street, the red roof directly across the street is a former service station for I believe, I don't know the name of the
La Bahia, it's today, it's also going to be renovated at some point soon.
This is an example of some of the properties that Mr. Zelke and his company has developed along the corridor there on Hospital Street. This is directly across the street from the subject property number 20A. This is another property that Mr. Zelke developed. This is probably, I guess, less than a quarter mile down the road. It's a couple hundred yards down the road. This is another property that Mr. Zelke is currently developing or redeveloping. This is probably right across the street as well from 20A. And this is another property that Mr. Zelke has developed as well, which is probably, I'd say about 50 yards, 75 yards away from the subject property as well. This is the same property from a different angle. Same property? Mr. Chair, that concludes the presentation as far as the subject property that we're in discussions talking about.
Very well. Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner Vincent Richards, for your testimony and again for a presentation of the photo slideshow. We'll open up for a 3-minute round by my colleagues. Before we do that, we have a point of information. Senator Blyden, you recognize your point of information, Vice Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning. And
Morning.
Good morning, Assistant Commissioner. By chance, do you have the photos of those beautiful pictures you showed that was renovated, how they looked before? That would have been nice to actually see exactly, what we're talking about, because those are some beautiful pictures and some good work, as a matter of fact. Do you have any?
It would take me a little, I could probably get them, but it would probably take about a half hour. I don't have them, but I can say that all of those buildings were in actually much worse condition than this one, so they were all fully dilapidated and hadn't been inhabited, actually, most of them since the late 80s.
Good to know. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. So I know, Assistant Commissioner, you spoke about the 3 appraisals that you receive, from that in terms of determining the costs associated with this, and you're satisfied that, in fact, the government is receiving the best on this offer.
Yes, Senator, we are satisfied.
Thank you.
Extremely satisfied, Senator.
Okay. And how long has this process been?
Honestly, too long.
How long is too long?
Pardon?
How long is too long and why?
I believe we've been working on this probably 9 months, if not more. We've got limited capacity, and then entertaining a sale. I believe at first we entertained a lease agreement, but due to the structure in terms of the investment, the bigger picture, it wouldn't make sense. So we pursued a outright sale and not a lease agreement. And then it took time to conduct our due diligence and our internal reviews.
So is the path clear for the final or the completion of the transaction once and if and when this body ratify the sale?
If this body ratifies, we can close as soon as possible. I think it's a matter of just transferring the funds, and I've been made to understand that it's going to be a cash sale and not a finance sale. So it'll be very clean and very quick. We had made a commitment to have it done before the calendar year, and I believe if approved, we can have it done.
Very well. Thank you. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Hubert Frederick. You recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. A pleasant good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and a pleasant
One second, Senator. Just quickly on the lineup will be Senator Hubert Frederick, Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Avery Lewis, Senator Kurt Vialet, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Senator Maurice James, the bill sponsor, Senate President Milton Potter. I'm sorry, Senator Fonseca is after Senator Avery Lewis. I'm sorry. You may proceed. 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Pleasant good morning, colleagues, testifiers, listening and viewing audience, my office, and the central staff of the Virgin Islands Legislature, some of the best people I've ever worked with. Mr. Zelke, welcome to our house. Thank you for this opportunity to ask you some questions. This is an economic development project that you've been working on for quite some time, and I am pleased to see the progress that you've been making. The corridor heading out to Gallows Bay has finally looked completely different from a few years ago, and this is part of the effort to continue that process. Is that correct?
It is, absolutely.
So this particular piece of property, are you going to renovate it, or are you going to tear it down and build it back up?
Some of that, unfortunately, I can't tell you until we can get inside. It has extensive water damage. So some of it, it will have to be torn down, but the goal will be to largely leave the footprint the same size and add an additional story so that we can have at least 2 housing units there.
Looking at that photograph, it doesn't seem to look like a historical structure. Is it or is it not?
It is not a historical structure. That being said, the HPC considers anything that's over 50 years old historical, and it is in the historic zone. So the long-term goal would certainly be to probably do a good bit of brick cladding and coral and do our best to make it blend in with the rest of the neighborhood so that it actually looked a bit more in I guess in tune with the time.
That period, because I noticed this is plastered and that
Yes.
was not in line with that period.
No, and even within that, the arches obviously are not in line with the period, even if you kept the plaster. So I think certainly we would have to do a hybrid and a blend and go before HBC and kind of do a version of it that matches the neighborhood.
So it's still going to take extensive renovation.
Certainly. I mean, I fully expect that the cost of the renovation will probably be at least twice what the cost of the purchase of the property is.
How many bedrooms and bathrooms does it have?
Today it has 2 bedrooms and 1.5 bathrooms. I envision that it will likely be 2 two-bedroom
1 minute.
units with each have 2 bathrooms.
And it's currently connected to our sewer and water lines?
It is currently connected to sewer and water.
There's no cisterns?
There is no cistern.
Okay, great. So I understand there were 3 appraisals that was done.
Yeah, Vincent Richards from Department of Property and Procurement. Yes, Senator.
And the result of those appraisals were in line with the purchase price?
The offer price.
30
the,
seconds.
The agreed price is superior to the appraisal, sir. Senator.
Awesome. And Mr. Zilke, were you comfortable with that?
I am.
It's above what the
It
appraised
is.
value is.
We agreed to pay a bit more, but it fits in with everything in the neighborhood, and so it's worth it for me.
And one other thing I noticed, the setback is like there's almost none. It's right on the road itself. How are you going to mitigate that?
I think we're going to have to go through again with HPC and see what they would like to see. At a
Time.
minimum, we will certainly have a very good sidewalk there.
Thank you very much for your responses. Mr. Chair, thanks for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Hubert Frederick, for your line of question. Next, we'll recognize the Vice Chair, Senator Marvin Blyden. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening and viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, Assistant Commissioner Richards, and good morning, Mr. Zilke, and thank you so much for your testimonies. I must say, first of all, I like the work that I saw in the pictures on the screen of what you have done thus far in that area and in that space. But with this is a no-brainer for me because we talk about economic development and housing, which is that need. We need, even if one additional home can be added to our portfolio, it's a big win for us. Let me ask you though, in respect to the housing portion, is it going to be affordable? That's the first question. What type of housing are you planning to put on the market?
So it's difficult for me to say, honestly, until
Okay.
we start demoing it. But I will say, on a whole, I try to target literally across the spectrum. We have probably 20, 30% of what we build, I would hope, would be short-term, so Airbnb, VRBO. We do have some higher-end stuff that are apartments that are in the $2,000 or $2,500 range. And then some of the housing, I would say probably, again, 20% of it is much lower. It could be all the way down to about $800. So I think, for me, I try to target less, each individual one, what is this? But in the collection of it in its entirety, how do you build a community where people can afford to live where they work?
Correct.
And so I'm very realistic. I'm not trying to just build something that's just for people who are snowbirds coming here because it doesn't accomplish the full community. So I think we have the full spectrum from short-term all the way to what I would call fairly low-income housing. It's hard for me to say today exactly what this one will become until we can kind of demo it. But I will say that my targets are, again, 20-30% Airbnb and 20-30% lower income, and then we have kind of the
In the middle.
call it 40% in the middle.
Okay, very well. And as long as there's accessibility, I have no problem with it. So,
1 minute.
Absolutely.
so we're good. Also, let me ask you, your contractor, etc. Do you have the same contractor that's doing most of those buildings? Because
They're all my employees.
oh, very well.
So I do outsource stuff like roofing because I don't have that expertise, and we don't do steel work. But I would say all the masonry work and specifically the brick and the coral work. I was a stonemason myself as a teen, and so it's something I'm very passionate about, and we teach
30
people
seconds.
internally.
And that's a local workforce you have?
It is.
Very well.
I would say it's a combination. We do have a few people from Texas, but it is a diverse workforce that has a significant amount of locals.
Very well. Well, again, I appreciate what I've seen in terms of the workmanship, and you're in a historical district, so that's very important. And you need that
It is.
local workforce and knowledge to assist in that respect. But at the end of the day, I want to thank you for your investment and look forward to the finished product. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you.
Time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. You know, the Gallows Bay area is rich in history, and I'm sure that we will be hearing some of those history today. But certainly, you know, it's go back to the 1940s, 1740s, when the fort was built in that area that provided some protection for the community of St. Croix and the Christiansted area. And, you know, of course, it became a fisherman's village. You know, years later, my family, my grandparents are from Gallows Bay. They're Gallows Bayrians. You know, so it's definitely rich in history and the transformation that's being seen there. Now, I spent a lot of my youthful days running on the Bayside in Gallows Bay with Panchi Larson and some of those individuals there. Jessica at the time, Mulliner, and those likes that lived in that area. The Martins, yeah, there's a lot of rich family members that live rich in the sense of, you know, cultural activities. You had you go to bed, you take a bath in the seawater every single day. I mean, you know, you have individuals very passionate. We have individuals that have lived all their life in the Gallows Bay area. So, you know, that is a community, and we certainly welcome the transformation that we're seeing there in the Hospital Street area, as well as Gallows Bay. So truly, you know, we appreciate the work that Z Properties Development that's doing in that particular area. So at this time, the chair will recognize Senator Avery Lewis. We'll recognize him for his 3 minutes. Let me see if you know anything. You know what Gallows Bay is? You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Man, I know where to go get a cank water on Saturday, okay? Take it easy. I hear you say you're fishing nothing long day. But good morning.
Morning.
Colleagues, good morning. People of the Virgin Islands, good morning to the testifiers. It's a beautiful day, paradise. I feel the Christmas spirit already. I don't know if it's going to happen here today, but I'm feeling it. Mr. Richards, I really want to say first thing, I'd like to thank Private and Procurement, because from the time I got in, I've been thinking on ways how to address a lot of these blighted properties and so forth. So this is one method. I don't know how many more you have in your not your Rolodex, but in your archives of blighted properties, if there's a way we forging forward, but it's something to definitely look into. Mr. Zilke, if this lease is, if this sale is ratified today, and in 2026 we have a session and it's passed, hopefully, when do we see hammer and nails going?
Honestly, that completely depends on DPNR. I would say just in terms of the process, I would probably start with just getting a demo permit to at least pull the roof off and start pulling the damage out. And then typically, once we assess what's there, I would expect it to take about 60 days to get through the HPC. And then through that, probably another 60, 90 days to go through DPNR. So if we're talking beginning of January, probably by June, we could actually be working on it.
So I've seen some of your work when I visit St. Croix. You know, think I told you before, I really was amazed with the guy leaning up, what's still on lunch break with a hammer.
Yeah.
I think that's with the human size statue.
Yeah.
So with this piece of property, I'm noticing that it's going to
1
take some
minute.
work to clean up. But the pictures didn't show the property to the left or to the right of it. So my ask is, when you start, if be the good neighbor and just clean up both sides, just so we could be.
I will say, yes, absolutely. The property to the left of it, we actually already have. I already took out about 2 bins full of trash that was there previously.
Yeah.
So I every year probably take out 10 bins from
30
different
seconds.
properties of
So
trash that we
I
take
know
out
Mr.
and
Richards
clean up.
tell you don't cut the grass yet because we want to sell it to the senators today. So you could go ahead and cut the grass now, clean up the sidewalk and everything. But Mr. Chair, I just want to end with this here. Mr. Zilke, you're doing some great work.
Thank you.
But the one thing I didn't hear you say today, and then maybe I'm wrong, but
Yep.
you could correct me, is that I don't see no youngsters wrong you learning about restoration and development. I mean, it'd be good to bring on 1 or 2
Time.
in there just so we could see, so they could see what's going on. Because that building, it looked like you took it on brick by brick and put it right back, clean it up real nicely. And those type of restorations, I like to see. And I think that should be passed on to the youngsters in the territory, especially St. Croix.
I absolutely agree, and I'm speaking as a former stonemason myself, I think it's something you have to be passionate about. It is hard work. We do have a lot of youngsters, though I will say, again, they prefer to be welders, or I think so far not many of them have expressed the interest in actually learning that.
Well,
but
I think give them a
completely
chance.
agree.
Maybe you should
Yeah.
put it out there, visit the schools or something. Put it out there. Who wants to learn about masonry or what stone building,
Yeah.
the terms you use. But just give the youngsters a chance
Absolutely.
to develop that skill. And it might be more than that. You know, just learn about the development, how to gut the building, different things. Show them the trade, please.
Absolutely.
Thank you very
Absolutely,
much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis, for your line of question. Real quickly, Mr. Zilke, in regards to, I know that the VIAC, I don't know if you're familiar with them. That's the Architectural Center for Built Heritage and Crafts. What's your relationship? Are you having discussion? I know that they're planning some development in close proximity to you as well. What's your relationship with them?
I've spoken with them several times about it. I don't know that we have a working relationship. I think the issue is they still need to do a lot of fundraising. So I think there's a lot of talk, but not a lot of money. And my understanding is they're still tens of millions of dollars away from really accomplishing what they would like to accomplish. Yeah. I would say that if they're able to pull it off, it obviously would be hugely beneficial for the neighborhood, because that's accounts for 30% of that street. But I think they are still in fundraising mode.
Okay. Is there any opportunity for you to support the endeavors, or have you had that discussion?
I don't think that the amount of money that they need is significant.
Say that again? I'm sorry.
I said that the amount of money that they need to actually fully rehabilitate that is significant, and I don't believe I understand how they'll be able to pull it off without it having some commercial component as a nonprofit. Again, that's not for me, but I think the struggle is they are wanting to do it fully as a nonprofit, and they do need tens of millions of dollars to rehabilitate that building.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. You recognize for your 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And a pleasant good morning to my colleagues, testifiers, all viewing and listening audience. I'm so proud to know that the chairman is a Gallosbarian. Yes. You learn something new every day. Gallows Bay has a long history with St. Thomas, because a lot of times when we go to St. Croix by boat, that's where we unload and we offload in Gallows Bay. And for the Crucian Festival that's coming up, a lot of us are going to be going to Gallows Bay. As a matter of fact, There's a downtown ferry service. I think the boat is the QE4, Warren Mosler boat. So most of the time, you're going to catch that boat, you go over to Gallows Bay, it's about 2 hours and something minutes. So there's a history. And I was looking at it since the chairman mentioned the Gallows Bay means that there were actually gallows there. That's right. And they were moved to a different location. And, in 1848, the punishment was eliminated. Of course, we know that was the ending of, the beginning of our emancipation. But Gallows Bay, rich history dates back to the 70s, 40s. That's right. It was an area for punishment. They had real gallows. Everybody know what a gallows is, right? Normally, if you meet one of them, you never survive, So, okay, good. So I want to ask Mr. Richards, Assistant Commissioner. Okay, so there was some appraisals done, you said, on this property?
Yes, Senator. Good morning.
Okay, and so you're comfortable with this purchase price? Because from what I understand, we're actually going to sell this property for a substantial increase over what it was appraised at. Is that how it is?
Senator, the GVI, the department and the GVI is satisfied with the offer that we got and the number that we settled on.
Okay, thank you. And I'm relying on the advice and consent of my Crucian colleagues. And Mr. Zeke, they've told me that you're doing incredible work.
Thank you.
One of the developments or one of the projects that you were doing, you were actually restoring it brick by brick. Is that?
I am. I'm very passionate about it because I do feel that the Danish brick and the coral and the materials that we have is something that we can never get again. And so we do with every building that has that, we actually take the rubble apart brick by brick, piece of coral by coral, clean it, palletize it, inventory it, and then reuse those very same materials on the future buildings. And we create veneers out of them and reskin them so that it's, for future generations, they get to have that very same, or those very same materials that are no longer available.
Awesome. Sometimes you have to make some votes where it could be perceived as a difficult vote, but I think I'm comfortable with this one. Give me some more details on that brick, how you actually do that, because I'm hearing good words about you in your construction.
Yeah, so we have two things. The bricks, we run them through, it's a wet saw. It's a big wet saw, and through them we create veneers where we can, a brick that perhaps is broken on the backside, since it's all new concrete construction, we can take it and we create veneers and then we, in essence, glue it onto the face. And the same with the coral, where you might have a large, stone, and you're able to take it and run it through a very large, like 2-foot or 3-foot wet saw and create slices out of it. And then those slices can then be rearranged to reface it so that it keeps the very same natural aesthetic that it had 200 years ago, but it's now built out of concrete and rebar, and it's, hurricane-proof, earthquake-proof, but can keep the natural historic aesthetic from, 200 years ago.
Wow, awesome. That detail, brick laying and, fabricating and installing that you just detailed is incredibly costly. I'm so glad that you're able to invest that much into restoring valuable property. So thank you very much for the time, Mr. Galobarian, Mr. Chairman.
Galosbarian. Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Mr. Zilke, I would imagine that a lot of your projects have to actually go through the historic preservation committee.
All of them.
All of them do.
Yes.
What is that relationship like on a good day?
I actually have a pretty good relationship with them. I will say that we've done enough and we've proven ourselves, so I think they know that when we go and present to them, it's because we're serious and we're not just kicking the tires. I think depending on the size of the project, typically we will go to them and try to get their feedback early on so that we can develop that into part of the project so that it's not you just go there and everyone opposes it. So we're pretty iterative, and we'll take the first one, and not even try to get it approved, but just go for feedback. But I would say nearly everything, gets approved for us within 60, 90 days. So I would encourage other people that even though it seems like a difficult process, if you do it iteratively and talk to them and get their input while you're designing, then it works out pretty well.
Do you find yourself having some of the challenges that we have heard on in terms of some of the requirements from the historic preservation is to get the original of a lot of the, you talk about the natural aesthetics in some of these areas. Are you having difficulties in finding those to continue to maintain the contour and the architectural
I think
design?
the biggest difficulty is that if we're honest, historic restoration is a money-losing process. So you can't take a building and invest $500,000 and now have it be worth 500 grand. If you're going to invest $500,000, you're probably going to turn around and sell it for half that. And so I think the difficulty that people have with historic restoration is that a lot of the things that they would like to see in terms of the aesthetic, in terms of the materials, even details that you think about how you have the half-round gutters versus the gutters that they sell at Home Depot, and that costs 3 or 4 times as much. And so I think the biggest difficulty is that although I have found a great way to work with the Historic Preservation Committee, it's not always affordable for the actual residents who own these homes a lot of times. And so I think, certainly that is something that should be addressed. It doesn't, directly affect what this project, but I think that sometimes people don't have the means to be able to properly, do the historic preservation the way that everyone would like to see it done.
Very well, thank you. Thank you for saying that. At this time, point of information, Senator Fonseca.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to follow up on that point that you were discussing with historic preservation, because what we're discovering here, or what we're discussing rather here, is that Gallows Bay St. Croix has tremendous historical significance in the Virgin Islands. And this is something that the Historical Commission Society needs to concentrate on, because this is real historical value. We have situations over here in St. Thomas where they got 100 warehouse buildings that was used to store coal as historical sites. Whereas you need to concentrate and put your efforts into real valuable issues, items, areas that was important to our history. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Thank you. You had a rebuttal to that?
Yeah, if I may add to that, I think it's very, very important because our grandkids, at some point, there's nowhere else that they're going to be able to see the Danish brick and the coral and the type of construction. So I'm very passionate about it because it's something that gets to outlive all of us, hopefully by many generations, and we get to create an aesthetic and continue that legacy.
Thank you. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Kurt Viale. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Mr. Zaiki, how are you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
I am good. I'm good. This development in that particular area, if you go back 10 years ago, walking Hospital Street, there was just a number of property that needed to be rehabbed, that needed to be renovated, that was in really, really bad condition. And we have seen the transformation of the area recently with the work of Mr. Zaiki in that particular area, along with this purchase that he's trying to get today. A number of the property in that area he is presently renovating or has already renovated. So the building across the Department of Labor, Mr. Zaiki, what is that going to be? The 3-story building with the guy on the ladder? Can you let the public know exactly what's going to be there?
Yes, that will be a gym. That's going to be a 3-story fitness center. And then on the top floor, it'll be a restaurant. And then hopefully someday back behind it towards the water will be a hotel that was recently approved by CZM. But the current building that's there that's nearing completion, that is a fitness center and a restaurant.
What is your proposed date to open?
That's hard because I think that largely will depend on WAPA and when we get an elevator, but my hope would be sometime in the first couple months of next year.
Okay, that's a good thing. The building next to Savant, I see you're doing some work there. What is that going to be? Right before Savant, if you drive in going east, what's that building going to be?
The bottom floor is actually going to be a coffee shop. We're working with someone who has an existing coffee shop that's going to move there, and it will have a great courtyard and have a lot of brick and coral. And then the second floor will actually be our offices for Z Property.
Okay, and the building across the street from there, the Treehouse building?
The treehouse is, it's 3 Airbnb units. It's beautiful. It's all built around the trees that grew through the walls after
1 minute.
Hugo. And that one is all short-term rentals.
Okay, and the building dated back to what, 18 what? You were ever able to
Yeah,
find
no,
out
it's
when the building
on there. I want to say it's like 1895 or something like that. But yeah, it's a
Okay,
150,
and
200
the
years old.
building across from the now closed Mexican restaurant, what's that one?
The one that has the Christiansted sign? Is that?
Yes.
Yes. That is long-term apartments.
Okay, so I just wanted to put out there in terms of how that particular area has been able to be transformed
30
into an area
seconds.
that now have individuals that are living and can walk to Christiansted and partake in commerce. It's just been a real good development. The building that is proposed to be purchased has been in a state of disrepair, I think, from the 80s. That building was deeded to the government of the Virgin Islands. The government did nothing with the building. It's a very small plot. It's in bad condition. It is overgrown. So I'm happy to see that particular area get restored.
Time.
And I know that they're going to put in sidewalks and everything else. So I'm definitely a supporter of this particular measure. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator VLA for your line of question. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Dwayne DeGraff. You recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you and listeners present. I stand in support of the measure before us, but a couple of things I'd like to ask. The deed of gift that was given to the government, were there any stipulations to it as to maybe what the government should have done with it or was supposed to have done with it?
Vincent Richards, Department of Property and Procurement. Senator, there was no stipulation beyond the beyond Ms. Civil maintained lifetime interest, and she has since passed.
Okay.
And we verify that, and so
Okay.
part of the record.
Was the deposit paid already?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Now, in the bill before us, the BR number, it has a error in regards to the whereas clauses of 250,000, and in the enactment clauses, there's no number, no dollar value in the enactment clauses. So, the contract that you have with the Mr. Zako, did you submit that to us?
Yes, Senator. It is a part of the package.
Okay, I didn't see it. So then I believe the amount of the 260,000 need to be written in, or is it a typo? 260, right? I know I saw 250 in the whereas, but even in the enactment clause, it doesn't mention a price at all. So that needs to be put in the bill so we can have that correct amount. Now, what is the process for selling government property?
Senator, the GVI and Department of Property and Procurement is not in the. It's not customary to sell government property.
1 minute.
But we have checked all the boxes, crossed all the T's, dotted all the I's, and conducted all the due diligence that made the sale advantageous to the GVI.
Okay, and you said there is a process you're looking to put into place going forward?
We are developing an SOP.
Okay, good.
If this happens again, I will be honest with you, there is, well, full disclosure, we do
30
have
seconds.
a couple others that are pending for sale, but they're due to encroachments and different issues. So,
Okay, and in closing, the as we discussed before, Mr. Ezekiel is developing an area that has been, or areas that have been distressed for many years. And his investment is the government giving him a
Time.
loan or anything?
No, this is all private investment.
All private investment.
Yes.
So he is funding this 100% to make this purchase and to develop the whole area itself, which is, I have seen some of the areas are being developed and in visiting on St. Croix, and it's amazing to see our island come back, to what the glory they had years ago. So I just wanted to have that on the record. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Minority Leader. Next, we'll go to Senator Maurice James. You recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues, testifiers, and everyone in and outside the room. I am thinking that my veteran colleague was asking about the sale of government property. And so I'm going to follow up on his question. What's the code provision and so I'm going to ask you, Mr. Richards, because this is your area. What's the code provision that governs the sale of government property? I'm going to follow up on my veteran colleague with this question.
Senator, I'm not a legal expertise, but I was advised that 31 VIC subsection 205 has the presiding code that governs disposals.
Does it require any type of competitive process in terms of selling government property?
I had been advised, no, it does not, Senator.
So, because I'm just wondering if that may be his concern. So this was the buyer approaching and making an offer to purchase to the Department of Property and Procurement?
Yes, Senator.
And over the years, historically, from 1997 until now, you may not know because I'm sure you were not maybe with the department. Was there any interest while you have been in your position from anyone to purchase this particular piece of property?
Not to my knowledge, and none was yielded from my research, Senator, from our records.
So he would have been the only, the sole person interested in purchasing the property?
To my understanding, yes, Senator.
Which makes sense, because if I'm investing a large amount of funds into nearby properties, I would want to see that the properties around me, in fact, are let's just put it this way, do not diminish my investment in my property. So I'm thinking, besides the fact that Mr. Zelsky is doing a wonderful job in renovating Christianstead, he also realizes that the surrounding area affects the value of his property.
Absolutely.
Correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. One of my concerns. Well, let me ask this of Mr. Richards. Have you identified all the properties in that particular area where all this investment is being made? Have you identified which properties belong to the government of the Virgin Islands, and if in fact you would be selling any of those surrounding properties to Z Property VI LLC?
So to answer your last question first, Senator, the answer is no. We're just discussing this one piece of property.
30 seconds.
I know that there is some interest from the company to lease some oceanfront or seaside property that's submerged, semi-submerged, to develop and or extend the boardwalk and beautify the area. So the answer is no to any sales, but there is preliminary discussions about leasing some some land on the ocean side or near the ocean side.
Okay, leasing but not purchasing. That's what you're saying?
Leasing but not purchasing. So no to your last question. No to selling, but yes to leasing.
But yes to leasing. Just one, Mr. Chair, just one more statement or question, please. Yesterday, I returned from Chicago and it was -2 degrees. So I am very happy to be on the island of St. Croix. And I'm sure that's why Mr. Z is investing in the island of St. Croix, because boy, it was too cold for me. I do want to say that I support this, this sale of the property, because I have, over the years, admired the work that's being done. I'm hoping, though, that there may be some way for the skills that, especially that Mr. Z, I will say Z, I'm cutting it short, will somehow be transferred to some of our children and young men and women, because that's very important as we move to revitalize St. Croix. So I support this, and I just want to go on the record as saying I support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice James. At this time, we recognize the bill sponsor, Senator Milton Potter. Senator President, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Special good afternoon to our testifiers. I hesitate to call your name, Mr. Z. Tell us what, I've heard like 5 different versions of your name. What's the accurate pronunciation?
Zilke.
Zilke. Okay. Thank you very much for that. I wanted to ask you whether or not, just in terms of community engagement, I know you've had your interaction with the historic preservation. Has there been any interaction with nearby residents or nearby businesses or community organizations?
Absolutely. I know them all. We come, we talk. And in fact, there's been a couple buildings that we've talked about naming them after the former owners. So yes, I mean, everyone knows that at least half the year I'm walking on the street and I talk to all of them, and it's very, very interactive.
Okay. So they're generally receptive to the initiative?
Very. I would say like 99% is everyone is very, very supportive. I think occasionally you have people who are scared of change, which is understandable, and there's nothing wrong with that. But by and large, everyone is very supportive.
Okay, excellent. The 30-day deadline, Mr. Richards, AC Richards, for conveyance after enactment. Now, I was kind of trying to understand that rationale. 30-day deadline for conveyance after enactment. Now, suppose more time is needed, for title clearance or, legislative oversight or something. Are we locked into that 30 days? What sort of impact does that have if we aren't able to meet that 30 days?
Senator Vincent Richards, Department of Property and Procurement. Senator, we're mutually agreed partners. So if there's slippage, I would assume that we could always edit or amend our agreement to move forward. We do it all the time. We've been conducting a lot of acquisitions as of late, and there's always slippage in dates for one reason or the other, and mutual amendments are easily done with quick little initials, and that's it.
Right.
It doesn't have to go back to anybody else per se.
It's understood that there's a level of flexibility built in there. I wanted to ask you about the quit claim deed. Why is a quit claim deed being used instead of a warranty deed? I'm just trying to understand those.
You're testing
technical.
I'm not an attorney.
No, just to try to understand.
I believe a warranty deed would be required if there was like financing involved. I believe that's one, and then clear title might be an issue as well. But it's just easier, I assume.
Okay, okay.
But I would have to go back to my notes to understand the definition of the difference of both of them. But I want to believe, you know.
Right. I mean, I just saw in the bill it specifically said quit claim deed. And I know when I am dealing with purchasing of land, it's normally warranty deal. I wasn't sure if that's a government thing. I don't know.
The warranty is probably when there's financing involved, and they want to make sure that there's a title insurance and the whole 9 yards to make sure.
Okay. I fully support this initiative. I fully support, I think if it was a fly-by-night sort of initiative, a fly-by-night person who we have to wonder and guess and hope that you're going to be true to your word, that would be a different case. I have had the opportunity to see some of the work that you have been doing on St. Croix. I am, very comfortable with this sale, transforming what
1 minute.
really has been a very blighted property, transforming it into something that we can all be proud of as Virgin Islanders. So you have my full support. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter and colleagues. Just a FYI, BR 25-0942 is now Bill number 36-0217. Bill number 36-0217. I think that rounds out. Any other burning issues anyone have? If not, that rounds out the discussion on this bill, 36-0217. At this time, we'll have you do your issue of closing. And Mr. Zilke, you're recognized for your closing.
Thank you very much for your time. I'm looking forward to making this a beautiful building and to continuing to beautify the entire neighborhood, and I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for the work that you continue to do in the Gallows Bay area. We truly appreciate the transformation. Assistant Commissioner Richards, you're recognized for closing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to say thank you for the opportunity. This project is clearly, and this development is clearly what I would describe personally as a labor of love. I am from St. Croix, even though I've been living in St. Thomas for the last 20 plus years, 25 years. I still say Haas, I don't say horse. But honestly speaking, it was a good offer. It was a strong offer, and I remember this corridor. I remember when there was times, and it gave me pause to walk that street, but now I have no second guess about walking on that street and going to my former boss's Tom Miller's restaurant Savant and patronizing all the other businesses there. I'm very proud and inspired myself to see the work and the level of work that's being done in that corridor. And it's a win-win around for everyone. The property values will go up, and the government wins, and people could only take pride in what they have in the surrounding area as well, to want to match what's being done there as well. So I'm very happy. I must apologize. This did take a little bit longer than we wanted to, or we should have. But we're here, and we did it right. And that's one of the reasons why there's very few questions to ask about it, because it was done the proper way. And it was a learning process for us, and we can only look forward to doing it again and doing it better in the future. So thank you very much. I appreciate it, and I appreciate what the gentleman's doing as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that rounds out this. And again, thank you to Property and Procurement. Thank you to Mr. Zilke, Z Property LLC, for this measure, Bill number 36-0217. We'll make sure that all of the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed before we vote on this measure, and then we'll take it up in a little while. So at this time, the committee will stand in recess for 3 minutes while we bring up the block number 2, and then we'll act upon these measures. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess for 3 minutes. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back in record and out of recess. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Senator Frederick, you recognize for a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that an act approving the sale, Bill number 36-0217, an act approving the sale of parcel number 20A Hospital Street, Christiansted, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, by and between the government of the Virgin Islands and Z Property VI LLC, be favorably passed by this committee. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Fonseca, seconded by Senator Hubert Frederick, seconded by Senator Blyden. Did I hear you, Senator Vielle? Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, absent. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Yes. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Maurice C. James.
Yes.
Senator James, yay. Senator Kurt A. Vele.
Yes. Yes.
Senator Vele, yay. Mr. Chair, 6 yay, 1 nay. 1 absent, sorry.
Very well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0217, an act approving the sale of parcel number 20A, Hospital Street, Christiansted, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, by and between the government of the Virgin Islands and Z Property LLC, has been properly moved by Senator Hubert Frederick, seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden, and approved by the committee, and will be sent to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration and vetting. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the items in block number 2.
Block 2, Bill number 36-0209, an act amending Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, to establish civil penalties for disregarding marine advisories and to create the Territorial Marine Safety Fund, sponsored by Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Invited testifiers, Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources; Sean Santos, Assistant Commissioner, VI Department of Police; Darrell D. Jashen, Director, Vitima. Bill number 36-0210, an act appropriating the sum of $4 million from the Virgin Islands Insurance Guarantee Fund to the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority for the repair, replacement, and operation of streetlights throughout the territory, sponsored by Senator Kurt A. Vele. Invited testifiers are Julio Reimer, Senior, Director, Office of Management and Budget; Honorable Derek A. Gabriel, Commissioner, VI Department of Public Works; and Carl Knight, Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer, VI Water and Power Authority. This concludes Block 2, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have 2 testifiers from WAPA. We see the Police Department and St. Croix. I don't see anyone from Finance or Public Works here yet. So the committee will stand in recess for 2 minutes while we try to locate these additional testifiers. Committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is out of recess and on to block number 2. Who speak to bill number 36 as 0209? Senator Frederick, you recognize for presentation on bill number 36 0209.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Pleasant good afternoon, colleagues, listening and viewing audience, my staff and central staff. Mr. Chair, I move to speak on bill number 36-0209, which is an act amending Title 23 of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, establishing civil penalties for disregarding marine advisories and to create the Territorial Marine Safety Fund. Colleagues, as you know, this bill, it's a measure to address the serious and preventable dangers in our territory where individuals knowingly ignore our official marine advisory and then they require emergency rescue services. These reckless actions endanger our first responders and cause a strain on the very limited resources we have. While the original bill proposed a $500 penalty, I am introducing an amendment to strengthen the consequences of these inactions. The amendment will raise the penalty to $2,000 for the first offense and $3,000 for the second offense and $5,000 for the third offense, with the third offense also carrying up to a 30-day imprisonment. These enhanced penalties reflect the true severity of disregarding public safety warnings. The bill also creates the Territorial Marine Safety Fund, which is to ensure that every dollar collected is reinvested into the emergency response effort and equipment, vessel operations, and marine rescue support staff, including our nonprofit rescue organization, which also assists us in these rescue situations. A fair appeal process is also included to protect due process. Colleagues, this legislation is about saving lives, promoting responsible behavior, and protecting the men and women who respond to dangerous situations at sea. I respectfully ask for your support for bill number 36-0209 and the accompanying amendment that goes with it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick, for presentation on bill number 36-0209. I know that they're scheduled to get testimony from the Commissioner of Planning and Natural Resources, as well as the Assistant Commissioner of Virgin Islands Police Department and the Director of BITEMA. At this time, we see that the Assistant Commissioner, Sean Santos, is present in the St. Croix conference room, so we go to him for his testimony at this time. The mic check.
Good morning.
Good afternoon. You may proceed with your testimony at this time.
Oh, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the 36th Legislature, everyone to the listening and viewing audience. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in this matter. I am Sean Santos, Senior Assistant Police Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department, present on behalf of Police Commissioner Mary Brooks. We stand before you today in full support of the proposed bill amending Title 23 of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, to establish civil penalties for disregarding marine advisories, and to create the Territorial Marine Safety Fund. The U.S. Virgin Islands is blessed with stunning marine environments that are part of the natural heritage and vital for our economy. However, with this beauty comes the responsibility to ensure the safety of those who venture into our waters. As we know, marine advisories are issued based on critical assessments by agencies such as U.S. Coast Guard, National Weather Service, and our own Virgin Islands Planning and Natural Resources and VITEMA, to name a few. These advisories are not mere suggestions. They are essential warnings that protect individuals and our community as a whole. By imposing civil penalties for neglecting these advisories, we create a powerful deterrent against reckless behavior on our waters. The proposed penalty of $500 for acts that result in emergency response mobilization sends a clear message: safety is paramount. Those who choose to ignore these warnings place not only themselves at risk, but also put our emergency responders in harm's way. Resources that are desperately needed for genuine emergencies. Moreover, the establishment of the Territorial Marine Safety Fund is a significant step forward. The fund will ensure that the financial resources collected from penalties are reinvested into our communities, particularly for improving our emergency response capabilities, purchasing necessary equipment, and maintaining our vessels. This bill also addresses the collaboration between various agencies, including the Virgin Islands Police Department, our emergency management, and rescue organizations. The inclusion of nonprofit entities like the St. Croix Rescue, St. John Rescue, and St. Thomas Rescue in benefit from the fund is commendable and emphasizes the importance of teamwork and safeguarding our marine environment and our marine environment and our people. In conclusion, I believe that this bill embodies our commitment to public safety and the preservation of our precious marine resources. It empowers us to act decisively and responsibly while collaborating with all involved entities. I urge you to support this important legislation for the betterment of our community and the safety of our waters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner Sean Santos, for your testimony there. Next, we'll have the Madam Clerk read into the record the testimonies of the VITEMA as well as DPNR.
Good afternoon. Senator Novelli Francis Jr., Chairman, Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, other committee members, 36 legislature, staff, and those in the viewing and listening audience. I am Darrell D. Jashin, Director of the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, VITEMA. I'm here today to provide testimony to Bill number 36-0209, an act amending Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, to establish civil penalties for disregarding marine advisories and to create the Territorial Marine Safety Fund, dated September 29, 2025, sponsored by Senator Hubert L. Frederick. VITEMA supports Bill number 36-0209 to establish a penalty for any person who disregards an official marine advisory and causes the deployment of emergency response resources. As to what constitutes an official marine advisory for the waters of the U.S. Virgin Islands, the National Weather Service, located in San Juan, Puerto Rico, which is an agency within the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, is the only authority VITEMA recognizes and coordinates with to advise boaters of deteriorating marine conditions or to pass along marine advisories, coastal hazards warnings, or other weather-related notices. The area of responsibility for the National Weather Service in San Juan to provide weather forecasts to include marine advisories encompass a rectangular ocean area within the following coordinates: north latitude 19.5 degrees to south latitude 17.0 degrees, which is a range of 167 miles north to south, and east longitude 64 degrees to west longitude 68 degrees, which is a range of 270 miles east to west. This rectangular area includes the land masses of Puerto Rico, Vieques, Culebra, and all the U.S. Virgin Islands and all the British Virgin Islands. These advisories include an effective date and time, area of coverage, details of the type of marine hazard, and an anticipated expiration date and time, which may be extended by the National Weather Service if conditions continue to remain hazardous. Distribution of these advisories are done through various official media outlets, such as the National Weather Service webpage at www.weather.gov, Facebook, and for media outlets, they can request access to a NWS Puerto Rico Weather Products application called Slack for mobile devices and desktops. Special sections focus on weather-related watches, warning, and advisories based on geographic areas. NOAA, NWS, and the Federal Communication Commission maintain a weather radio all hazards NWR emergency alert system, which includes more than 1,000 transmitters covering all 50 states, adjacent coastal waters, Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and the U.S. Pacific territories. NWR requires a special radio receiver or scanner capable of picking up the signal. Broadcasts are found in the VHF public service band on one of 7 frequencies, MHZ. For the U.S. Virgin Islands, the NWR transmitter is located on the east end of St. Thomas with broadcast frequency 162.45 MHZ, covering a range of approximately 40 miles. The NWR transmitter operates a recorded weather message 24 hours a day and relays weather watches, warning, and advisories at the same time as the announcements are published on NWS PR website. The National Weather Service in Puerto Rico also maintains, as part of its emergency alert system, the ability to broadcast watches, warning, and advisories to smartphones which are connected to cell towers for the marine community. Broadcast coverage is limited to the signal strength of the tower. The U.S. Coast Guard sector, San Juan, also broadcasts on the NWS Puerto Rico watches, warnings, and advisories on VHF Marine Channel 16 and Channel 22A. While Vitima posted NWS Puerto Rico weather watches and warnings automatically for subscribers to its Alert VI, advisories require human action and are not automatically sent. Vitima's focus for advisories is land-based events and is usually limited to heat, flood, and drought-related weather events. Marine advisories, if broadcast are around coastline conditions, such as rip currents. Of special note is the British Virgin Islands Department of Disaster Management receive its official weather advisories from the Antigua and Barbuda Meteorological Service based on a memorandum of agreement. Any calls for marine rescue in the British Virgin Islands are made through their police marine units and volunteer marine rescue group. Marine calls for emergency response beyond 12 miles from the BVI coast are responded through a MOU with the U.S. Coast Guard in Sector San Juan. While the U.S. Coast Guard Sector San Juan does not publish its own marine advisories for the public, it does use a technology called Rescue 21, which is an advanced command, control, and communication system covering Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Basically, a maritime version of 911, which facilitates better communication in emergency situations. Rescue 21 allows for direction finding, which, if a boater in distress has a VHF radio, and mariners are supposed to have one in their vessels, when they click it on and call Mayday, the U.S. Coast Guard antennas will cross-reference that signal and pinpoint the location up to 20 miles off the coast. Other measures used by the U.S. Coast Guard to curtail marine traffic during times of hazardous marine weather conditions is to publish the Marine Safety Information Bulletin, or MSIB, which announces deteriorating port conditions. The MISB is used during tropical storms and hurricane threats and ranges from port condition whiskey, where tropical storm force winds are expected within 72 hours, to X-ray, to Yankee, and finally to Zulu, where tropical storm force winds are expected within 12 hours and the port is closed. As to any monetary penalty to boaters who require assistance or rescue during times when a marine advisory has been issued, VITEMA is not a regulatory enforcement arm of the government. Will look to agencies such as Department of Planning and Natural Resources, DPNR, and the Virgin Islands Police Department for their input to this bill. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony on Bill number 36-0209, and again, VITEMA supports this bill. I am prepared to answer any questions any members of this committee may have at this time.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, for reading of that testimony to the record. I know Director Jashin as well as Commissioner J.P. Orio is on their way, but in the essence of time, we want to go ahead and get those information on record. At this time, please read the testimony for Commissioner J.P. Orio.
Office of the Commissioner, December 8th, 2025. The Novel E. Francis Jr., Chair, Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Testimony on Bill number 36-0209, Civil Penalties for Disregarding Marine Advisories. Good day, Senator Francis, Chair of the 36th Legislature's Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, committee members, non-committee members, and legislative staff present, and members of the viewing and listening public. My name is Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, DPNR. I am before you today at the Chair's invitation dated December 4th, 2025, in which comments on the Bill number 36-0209, an act to establish civil penalties for disregarding marine advisories and creation of the Territorial Marine Safety Fund. As one of the lead agencies within the government of the Virgin Islands with the capabilities to respond to a marine emergency, I am in full support of the intent of this bill. Over the last several years, there have been several incidents where small craft advisories have been issued, yet members of the public have chosen to still go out on the water. A recent occurrence of this was on August 16, 2025. As we were feeling the effects of Hurricane Erin, my officers had to respond to a vessel in distress in the area of Buck Island, St. Croix. A marine advisory was released the evening of August 15, 2025, and then released at 7:30 a.m. the morning of August 16, 2025, with the specific caption, "Mariners, stay in port." As you will see from the video provided, we had to respond and rescue 2 persons who thought it was a good idea to go out diving that day. These negligent actions put my officers in harm's way unnecessarily, and I agree that there should be a civil penalty for such selfish actions. While I agree overall, I do have a few comments on the specific language in the bill. First, although not all 6 of the agencies listed in the bill actually issue marine advisories, I believe that line 7 should read, "Public safety notices issued by any of the following agencies." It's important to specify any of, otherwise, if a citation were being legally challenged, it could be argued that not all 6 agencies issued an advisory, and therefore the respondent is not in violation of the law. Second, small craft advisories are commonly issued when marine conditions are showing swells between 6 feet or more, but that doesn't necessarily mean boats should not be in water. If I understand the intent of the bill, it is to penalize those who purposely go out in extremely unsafe conditions, like an oncoming storm or times of massive swells, numerical value to be assigned. If the aim of the bill is to penalize negligence and willfulness, perhaps tying the advisory to the U.S. Coast Guard port conditions could be considered. If a port is closed that is condition Yankee or Zulu, then small craft should definitely not be on the water. My next comment is on the amount of the penalty. I believe that a penalty of $1,500 would be a much more effective as a punitive measure than $500. In addition, it is unlikely that personnel from VITEMA or VIFEMS would be the agency to respond to a distress call, and therefore there's no need to have either of these agencies included as agencies to issue citations. My last comment on the bill is regarding the creation of the Territorial Marine Safety Fund as written. The fund is to be administered by the Department of Finance, but the disbursement of funds could come from DPNR, VIPD, VITEMA, or VIFEMS. I think this is the perfect example of too many cooks in the kitchen. Overall, I'm generally not a proponent of creating new special funds. Rather, there are likely existing special funds within each of the departments that penalties derived from the citations could go towards. This concludes my testimony on Bill number 36-0209, an act to establish civil penalties for disregarding marine advisories and creation of the Territorial Marine Safety Fund. I'm prepared to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Very well, thank you, Madam Clerk, for reading of those 2 testimonies into the record. I think that rounds out the discussion on, or the testimonies on Bill number 36-0209. At this time, we'll go to Bill number 36-0210. Before we get the bill sponsor to present on that measure, we'd just like to recognize the presence of the testifiers. In that area, we have the Director of the Office of Management and Budget, Julia Reimer Sr. Just do a mic check, please.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. CEO Carl Knight.
Greetings. Good morning.
Good morning.
Afternoon.
Mr. Lamashe.
Good afternoon. Lemuel Lavigne.
Say that again, please.
Lemuel Lavigne. Good afternoon.
Very well. Thank you. At this time, who speaks to Bill number 36-0210?
I do, Mr. Chair.
You recognize for presentation on bill number 36-0210.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I speak to bill number 36-0210, an act appropriating the sum of $4 million on the Virgin Islands Insurance Guarantee Fund to the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority for the repair, replacement, and operation of streetlights throughout the territory. As we all know, the government of the Virgin Islands, on a regular basis, has not paid the required amount to keep streetlights on in the Virgin Islands. That particular funding source has always been underfunded, and it has now become an issue with WAPA in which they continue to provide service, but they're not receiving sufficient funds to be able to maintain the service that they're providing. So during the budget markup, Mr. Chair, which you led, the discussion did come. I think you led the discussion that you wanted to put some money towards streetlight restoration on the islands, and also some money to pay some of the outstanding balance that we have at the Water and Power Authority. We looked at the Insurance Guarantee Fund because we have already met the threshold for that particular fund, which is $50 million. When we came in the legislature, Mr. Chair, back in 2015, that fund was depleted, and through budgeting every single year and allocating money, we have been able to grow the fund back to the required amount of $50 million. There's some $58 million now in that fund, and we thank God that we didn't have any storm this year. And the fund is slated to collect a next $23 million, between $20 to $23 million this fiscal year. So what we looked at was maintaining that particular threshold and then taking some of the additional funds we will collect this year and pledge that fund towards WAPA for street light to pay some of the outstanding bills, and also to be able to repair and fix street lights on both St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. In no way is this depleting the threshold that was already set. The threshold is going to be there. And what we did was we looked at the overall monies that are going to be collected this year, and we pledged a certain amount of those funds to the general fund, and then we took this $4 million for this particular streetlight initiative to be able to jumpstart the ability to get streetlights back on the island. The law, as written, which is Title 33, subsection 3061, allows the Commissioner of Finance to utilize any excess of $50 million towards the general fund. So this is just a prudent way of making sure that it's funded, and we're not impacting the Insurance Guarantee Fund, nor are we impacting the general fund, because we budgeted a specific amount during this year's budget markup. So colleagues, I'm asking you to support this particular measure. It is one that we need. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Viale, on presentation of bill number 36-0210. We also want to recognize the presence of Commissioner J.P. Orio of Planning and Natural Resources. Good afternoon, sir. We went ahead and read your testimony into the record. So,
good afternoon, Senator.
All right, in the essence of time. At this time, we go to the testifiers table, and we'll hear from Director Reimer, and then we'll hear from the CEO Knight on this measure.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Noel E. Francis Jr., Chairman of the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance, members of the Committee on Budget and Finance, Appropriation, and Finance, other members of the 36th Legislature, and a viewing and listening audience. I am Julio A. Reimer Sr., Director of the Office of Management and Budget. I'm here to provide testimony on Bill number 36-0210, a bill proposing to appropriate the sum of $4 million from the Virgin Islands Insurance Guarantee Fund to the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority for the repair and replacement and operation of streetlights throughout the territory. First, I would like to acknowledge the critical importance of streetlights throughout the territory, but have to respectfully oppose the use of the Insurance Guarantee Fund for the purposes proposed by this bill. Currently, streetlights are funded, paid through property taxes. Every year, by statutes, 4% of property taxes will be paid to the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority for streetlights. Based on the current collections, the authority receives approximately $2.4 million annually to pay for maintenance and repairs of streetlights. In order to address the streetlight issue, we should avoid a constant one-time quick fix for the authority. In order to properly address street lighting in the territory, there must be a strategy to address the funding mechanism. First, the purpose of the Virgin Islands Health Insurance Guarantee Fund was established to ensure the financial stability of the Virgin Islands Guarantee Association, which is responsible for the payment obligation of insolvent insurance. These funds are vital in the event of a natural disaster occurs in the Virgin Islands. Therefore, despite the fund having excess cash above the required $50 million, the prudent and financially responsible use of these funds are not to be a one-time fix, but an investment with a long-term return, such as placing the funds in an investment vehicle, such as a money market fund. This will allow the fund to grow and bolster it in the future in case of a natural disaster. Senators, as you're aware, the value of properties in the territory have risen drastically since the 2017 storms. Hence, the cost of insurance have risen to match those rising values of properties. Therefore, the proposed use of these funds with risk of a natural disaster should be avoided. We make note, insurance has basically almost doubled in the territory. Therefore, many of these insurance in case of another catastrophic event would most likely have more insolvent insurance companies, which will cost the government way more than $50 million. So therefore, we need to be prudent going forward and understand the risk of actually using these funds now to fix a problem that's a long-standing one. Recommendation for this. While funding of a replacement and installment of streetlights are important to the territory, we must look at the full picture, not just a one-time immediate fix. There must be the following. Determine the true cost of maintenance repairs of streetlights annually. Comprehensive look at a funding mechanism to repair and maintain the streetlights on an annual basis. And 3, avoid and resist the requests for streetlight funding by the government that are truly private lighting, that add a cost to the authority and add a cost to the government. These recommendations would allow the authority to truly be compensated for street lighting, along with maintaining the safe and security of the community. In summary, while the restoration of maintenance of streetlights are essential for the public safety and quality of life, the proposed use of the Virgin Islands Insurance Guarantee Fund for this purpose is not financially prudent. These funds serve as a critical safeguard against insurer insolvency and natural disasters, and the integrity must be preserved. Instead of a one-time allocation, a sustainable funding strategy should be developed, one that actually reflects annual maintenance costs, ensures proper allocation of property tax revenues, and prevents unnecessary expenditures on private lighting. By focusing on long-term solutions and responsible financial management, we protect the territory's financial stability while addressing its infrastructure needs. Mr. Chair, I'm available for any questions that you may have. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Director Reimer, for your testimony. At this time, we'll recognize CEO Carl Knight for his testimony.
Good day, Honorable Novelli Francis Jr., Chairman of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance of the 36th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands. Other honorable senators present and listening and viewing audience, I'm Carl Knight, Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, hereinafter referred to simply as WAPA or the Authority. I also have with me this afternoon my Chief Operating Officer of the Electric System, Lemuel Lavinier. Sitting in the audience, I have the Director of Transmission and Distribution, Mr. Colin Brown, the Acting Line Superintendent for the St. Thomas District, Mr. Oscar Roll, and the Acting Line Superintendent for the St. Croix District, Charles Isles, along with my CFO, Lorraine Kelly. I am here at your invitation to provide testimony on Bill number 36-0210, an act appropriating the sum of $4 million from the Virgin Islands Insurance Guarantee Fund to the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority for the repair, replacement, and operation of streetlights throughout the territory. The United States Virgin Islands possess exactly 17,767 streetlights, distributed as follows. St. Croix has 10,169, St. Thomas has 6,814, and the island of St. John has 595 streetlights. After the storms of 2015, luminaires were repaired and replaced. However, there were 437, exactly 437 areas which were lit before the storm that are still in darkness. This includes 189 in St. Croix, 207 in St. Thomas, 41 on the island of St. John. Even excluding the 437 damaged lamps, the luminaires consume 8,543,281 kilowatts annually. Investor-owned utilities typically bill for all street lighting through rates paid by ratepayers. Government-owned utilities such as WAPA are usually supported by taxpayers. But this taxpayer subsidy is currently underfunded. With your indulgence, Mr. Chairman, I just want to ad-lib one paragraph here in my testimony and point out that Title 33, Section 3002A, creates 4 separate district street lighting funds. It asks that 4% of the taxes allocated from each island be placed into those district street lighting funds. The budget that was passed for 2026, as I understand it, anticipates 65.6 million in property tax collections, which would be up from prior years. 4% of that 65.6 million in property tax collections brings us somewhere around $2.5 million for the fiscal year. Our bills to the government of the Virgin Islands for street lighting are approximately $730,000 a month. Over the course of a year, that's $8,760,000, meaning that every year we are short, or this year we are planning to be short by $6,176,000 for street lighting. In order for us to get adequate compensation for the street lights, we would need to move the property tax set aside from 4% to approximately 12 or 13% in order to be made whole. There's a gap that is not filled by the current property tax set aside for street lighting. I want the body to be aware that every night there's about 2 megawatts of street lighting energy that goes unpaid for. Going back to the text, in fact, street light maintenance has been chronically underfunded, as I just explained, and to date the government is $8.3 million past due on street light payments. The result is visible across our islands: damaged fixtures, non-functional luminaires, leaning or corroded poles, and aging electrical components. These aren't just cosmetic issues, they undermine public safety, economic vitality, and community confidence. Effective street lighting enhances our roadway visibility, it supports pedestrian safety, contributes to safer communities. While many areas remain well lit, some corridors across the territory would benefit from upgraded equipment to ensure consistent illumination and a safer experience for residents and visitors. Tourism depends on a sense of safety and reliability. Well-lit roads signal a well-maintained destination and help visitors navigate our islands confidently after dark. Improving lighting infrastructure also supports local businesses and encourages evening economic activity. Our street light program has operated efficiently within the available resources, but age, storm impacts, and evolving technology have created a growing need for modernization. Limited rate-based revenue has constrained our ability to make proactive upgrades at the pace required. The $3 million allocation for repairs and replacements directly address that gap. The requested funds will enable the utility to advance a focused, high-impact maintenance initiative, including the replacement of the 437 lamps that were damaged by the storms and other obsolete and defective lighting fixtures with LED conversions. We will be able to replace the damaged light poles, particularly in areas where structural deterioration poses a safety risk. We would be able to procure essential spare parts, including luminaires, photocells, wiring, mounting hardware, and transformers. I'm currently completely out of photocells on the island of St. Croix. We'd be able to repair defective luminaires requiring attention to ensure consistent performance. We'll be able to acquire specialized equipment such as the small bucket trucks that are dedicated to street lighting installation and maintenance and improve our safety and efficiency. And of course, we'll be able to strengthen our routine and preventative maintenance to reduce outages and future costs. This investment is not merely a stopgap. It will restore the foundation of a sustainable maintenance program. Adequate inventory, reliable equipment, and modernized fixtures will significantly improve operational efficiency and reduce the frequency of emergency repairs. Over time, this reduces the cost for both the government and the ratepayers while delivering consistent service to the public. This appropriation, in conclusion, this appropriation represents a prudent, proactive investment in essential public infrastructure. It supports safety and strengthens our tourism economy and boosts the quality of life that every resident deserves. The proposed $4 million allocation, while not fully funding the gap, it will yield immediate benefits and long-term value for the territory. I respectfully urge the legislature to support this appropriation and help ensure a safe, navigable, and welcoming territory for all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, CEO Carl Knight, for your testimony there. I can't help but to think, if you were still chief of staff, what this conversation would have been like between you and Director Julia. I'm sorry, I just couldn't let that slip by. But yeah. But nonetheless, so Julia, I wanted to ask you: do you have an alternative funding source that you believe that we could utilize to fund streetlights?
Senator, so as me and the good CEO smiled with each other because I've been in his seat, clearly that $2.4 million is by statute that I could only pay him. There's no other way I can pay him for streetlights, even when he bills for it. He clearly knows that. That's number one. Number two, if he truly wants to make everybody pay for streetlights, he can go seek rates at the PSC. And then three, we can change the funding mechanism to the property taxes to increase the amount he receives. Or he can do a blended component which says the 4% comes from the street lights, but then the balance comes from the ratepayers, which is the same people that are paying the taxes. So at least he'll have a blended rate at the amount. But right now he's saying that he has a gap of about $6-point-something million. Getting 4, he still have a $2 million gap. So how do we fix that? We have to look at it comprehensively. Getting $4 million now, he has a problem down the road financially because he still has the $6 million gap going forward every single year after this $4 million.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying here, but the safety of this island is paramount and tantamount, and I think it's time for us to really address this particular issue, even if it's on a temporary basis, and then work collectively to address it on a long term. But we can't continue to put the safety of our community at bay when there is an opportunity, at least in the interim, to be able to make an impact there. So I'm hoping that that's the spirit of our discussion today as we move forward, because it's critical that we're able to do that. If we can't be safe on our island, then we can't make it safe for the tourists. That again, is continue to be the revenue generators in this community. So I'm sure we'll have a robust discussion as we move forward today. There is a video presentation that needs to be made before I open up the floor to my colleagues. A point, so Senator Bailey. All right, let's run the video real quickly, and then we'll come and I'll take on the points that we have. Media.
Yeah, give me 10 seconds.
Obviously, I imagine that video kind of depicts an attempt to rescue an individual that was in violation of the advisory that went out Right? Is that correct?
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon.
And thank you. And again, apologies for being late. Yes, so the point of the video was twofold. One, as you can see, the officers, again, you're out there for an emergency situation, which means that their objective is to get out to those in distress as quickly as possible. So part of the point of the video is to see the officers, they're wearing helmets in there, right? Like this isn't a recreational thing. They're trying to get out in the most choppy of waters. And then even the rescue itself, you can see where the vessel itself is tipping extremely far. And again, they're in these adverse conditions, and the advisory was sent out from very early, well, the previous day as well as very early that same morning, that mariners, please stay in port. But yet the officers still had to respond to folks who decided it was a good idea to go diving that day.
Yeah, thank you for that, and that's critical. I remember during Hurricane Hugo, we were out patrolling, and then it became unsafe to continue patrolling. We were calling to the station, and at that time, and unfortunately, well, a family came in, and we all were seeking some assistance because they ran into some trouble. So we made an informed decision to go and rescue, because these are individuals that you live in close proximity to, and you attempted to go there. And in doing so, we got trapped in the house ourselves as well when we responded to assist that individual. So you continue to jeopardize the safety of law enforcement and others. When you decided not to take on and heed the warning and advisories that's been put out. So I'm sure that again that we'll have a lively discussion about that bill as well. So we have two bills before us today, in block number 236-0209 as well as 36-0210. Two different ends of the spectrum, but nonetheless they find themselves in this particular block. So I'll allow for a 6-minute discussion. There was a point of information from Senator Blyden, I think Senator Villela, and then we'll open up the floor to a 6-minute round. Senator Blyden.
Thank you.
Point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues and the people of Virgin Islands. COO. CEO Knight, good afternoon. You spoke to 2 megawatts unpaid on a monthly basis, you said?
Yeah, on a nightly basis.
On a nightly basis?
Yeah.
For what?
Every night we expend or we generate about 2 megawatts of power to power up the streetlights in the territory. And when we don't get paid for that, which we haven't been paid for that in some months,
well, I thought
that's 2 megawatts of unpaid for energy that I don't get to, I sell, but I don't get any revenues from.
Okay, very well, we'll get into that. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
My follow-up to that is, these streetlights are metered. How do we determine what's working and what we're paying for? Because we know that for quite some time we have had a number of streetlights that's been out as well.
Lemuel Lavigne, Chief Operating Officer, Electric Systems. Streetlights are...
Bring your mic down a little bit.
The streetlights it's an estimated billing method that is used for street lighting. The streetlights are estimated based on its wattage and the 10 hours of lighting every night.
And that's when it's working?
Yes, that's when it's working.
But through our SCADA system, we know exactly what's damaged and what's functional. So we have, as I put in a testimony, a very accurate count of every street light throughout the 4 islands.
So it's your testimony that exactly what you're billing for on a monthly basis is actually the workable lights that's producing and impacting your system, your grid?
The lights will vary. So what is on tonight might not be on tomorrow. So it is ultimately an estimate. That's the reality. But we do keep a pretty good track of what's functional, what's not functional. But on any given day, that could change. What was working today might be off. What was off might have been repaired.
Very well, thank you. Senator Viola, you had a point of information? And then I'll come to Senator James.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may
So I was
proceed.
saying that Mr. Knight testimony was so strong until he started talking about this estimated. I just had to laugh to myself. But the good OMB director said he laid out 3 clear reasons as to why we should proceed with caution. But I think he needed to go to number 4, and number 4 is we can provide some immediate relief and then figure out the path moving forward. But we have to figure out some type of immediate relief. And I want to, again, put on the record that subsection 3061E, in the event the balance in the insurance guarantee fund equals or exceed $50 million, amount in excess thereof shall be deposited at the direction of the Commissioner of Finance into the general fund. So all the legislature did was the excess of 50 million, we decided where 4 million is going to go. The commissioner could do whatever, and we have a next bill, I think, that we passed, and I'm gonna look it up, where we took, I think it's almost $16 million, or between 16 or 20, from the insurance guarantee fund to be deposited into the general fund. So it's just a balance that we're trying to utilize and make sure we provide some immediate relief. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much,
Point of
Senator Bear. Point of information, Senator Maurice James, you recognize your point of information?
Thank you, sir. My question goes directly to the Assistant Commissioner of Police, Mr. Santos. His testimony was specific to civil penalties, and he did hear, and I did too, that there is an amendment that will now include misdemeanor and imprisonment. And I would, well, let me say this to the Assistant Commissioner. Would that affect your testimony and your consideration of endorsement for this particular bill?
Assistant Commissioner Santos, thank you, Senator James. Yes. With the amendments being made, that is something that we would have to take back to not only our team, but to Commissioner Brooks so that we could look over it and resubmit our testimony as to how we should go forward with the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you. And of course, the amendment hasn't been offered yet, so we'll make a determination whether or not we want to proceed with that at the appropriate time. But that is a good, again, discussion in respect to the differentiation, the position of the police department in regards to the amendment. At this time, the chair will open up to a 6 minutes round, and we'll start off with Senator Marvin Blyden. You recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon again to my colleagues. And good afternoon to the testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimonies. Let's start with bill number 36, that's 20210. When it comes to the street lighting, because it's a very critical issue, an important one in terms of safety and security. But I know back in December the 10th, I asked a question to the CEO, Anthony Thomas, and since I haven't received a response on my inquiry, I will pose the question here today in terms of the same subject. So my question was, what are the actual costs of providing adequate street lighting throughout the territory, and to what extent must more street light be installed to properly light our roadways? That was the first question. And have any assessment been done? And if so, can a copy be provided to my office, but I can say to the body? Can someone respond to the question, please?
So the costs of adequately providing streetlights in the territory is somewhere around $8.7 million annually. Going back to the previous inquiry on a point of information, if we are fully funded, every single of the 17,767 streetlights would be working. If they're not working, it's only because the investment in the repairs is an unfunded mandate of the authority right now. So if we were adequately funded, we would keep all 17,767 functioning. We have not done an assessment as to the expansion beyond that point. There is, like I point out, 437 areas that we'd like to execute some repairs and get those that cannot work because they're damaged. And we'd love to be able to repair those 437 areas. But we haven't looked at expansion beyond that.
And, okay, very well. Okay, let me ask you, because on the 32 VIC 302A, it's stated that 4% of property taxes collected on each island up to be placed in a district street lighting fund, as you know.
Correct.
And do we have an amount in terms of how much we have received over the, let's say, like last 5 years, average?
And Director Reimer can speak to that in more detail, but as Director Reimer pointed out, after the fund hits the cap, which is about $2.5 million annually, that's what we get. So I start billing at the start of my fiscal year, or even if I'm billing October at the start of the government's fiscal year, I bill for about 4 months, and then I don't collect anything else on street lights for the next 8 months out of the fiscal year, because it would have capped out whatever the collections are for that year in property taxes. The 4% would have been exhausted before I get to February of next year. The OMB and finance would have told me I've exhausted what's in that fund.
And the place is pretty dark. If you take a drive around, St. Thomas especially, and you stated you know exactly how much lights are lit, what percentage of your lights are actually not working in both districts?
I don't have a percentage. We'd have to do a little bit of work to get to a percentage, but we do notice that there are areas that we can improve. I don't have a specific percentage.
And is this as a result of maintenance issues or operating costs, or both?
It's both. So the authority that I inherited was hemorrhaging cash. We lose money on every kilowatt hour sale, and it's just not a prudent business decision to continue investing into an area of the business where we lose about $6 million annually. That's just not a good business decision. So we put priorities into providing electricity to paying customers. That's where our priority goes. When we have transformers, rather than stringing up street lights, a lot of the lights that are out are because we take transformers from street lights to provide service to our paying customers. And so that's just a business decision to try and balance the cash management of the authority.
And basically, I know that in terms of your funding and your revenue stream, the bill actually deals with a one-time fix, with a short-term need, as a matter of fact, because, like I said, this place is pretty dark. What's your plan moving forward in terms of
1 minute?
what's going to be done in terms to address this pending issue? Because the OMB director gave several suggestions, etc., which I appreciate. He always comes with solutions, which is a good thing. What's your plan as the CEO moving forward in terms of attacking this most critical issue we have in the territory?
That's a point, as Director Reimer points out, that's a point of agreement between both him and I. This short-term measure is very helpful because I get some capital infrastructure in that I can't afford. I need transformers in order to string lights. They need transformers to step down the voltage. I need
30
conductor.
seconds.
I need trucks. I need things that I can't put on lights because I don't have. This will help there. Long term, we either need to increase the property tax set aside. You need to authorize me to seek it through rates, or we need a combination of the two. Some increase in property tax and some passing on in the rates.
And in closing, Mr. Chair,
Time.
how does your solar street lighting, how does that make any change or impact in this situation? Because I know we had solar lighting for some time, and plus we have solar projects coming online. How does that factor into the whole scheme of things, and would that assist in any way, shape, or form?
So one of the things I discovered when I took this seat is we don't have solar streetlights. I have solar panels that are attached to light poles that produce energy onto the grid, but they don't necessarily power the light itself. They just put power onto the grid.
Very well.
We are trying to discourage that because I think attaching panels to the pole compromises the pole, especially during storms. So we're focusing more on ground-mounted or roof-mounted solar. Matter of fact, some of the panels that were not installed on the poles, we're going to mount them on rooftops of the facilities that we own. But they don't contribute directly to lights at night.
Okay, very well. Thank you so much for your response. Mr. Chair, I want to thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Before we go to Senator Avery Lois for his line of questions, CEO or COO, in respect to the impact that you're seeing to those street lights, is there any association because of corrosion or exposure to salt air? Are you seeing more damages on your those lines that may be closer to shoreline versus the interior lights? Is there any analysis that determine where you're seeing your most impact in terms of the outages?
No, Lemuel Lavignette, COO, Electric Systems. The lamps are really designed for this sort of terrain, so we've not been seeing any particular damage on the coastal areas.
Okay, very well. Senator Avery Lois, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Commissioner Oriel, first let me go back. I would like to thank the two bill sponsors. I think they're the two important measures, conversations we need to have. Commissioner Oriel, you and I have been in some conversations about vessels in the marine, in our harbor. And when you put on a record for me, how much did it cost the authority to remove those vessels as to date from the tropical storm?
So from tropical storm that hit us last August, we spent $445,000 to remove 9 vessels out of the waters.
Good. So colleagues, I've tried some legislation. Was preempted, but we have a colleague that have some legislation in place that we really need to get it out as well. Because when vessels in the harbor, and I'm going to put it out there, we need to push for them to start having insurance as well. You can't just be in our harbor, and when things like that happen, we, the government, have to clean up the mess for free. We can't do it no more. Everybody got on the soapbox for the last remaining boat every day. They was down the throat. How much did that boat alone cost the government?
So the last vessel that you all see was actually a private insured vessel. So I actually don't know what the cost.
Oh, so you didn't cover that one?
No.
Thank God for that. Good.
But we have not finished the cleanup. We took care of all the ones that were in the near shore area harbor. We still have 4 boats that are in need of a barge to come into the territory for us to remove. There's still 4 vessels outstanding right now.
And if those boats were insured, then we could have gone after the insurance company and so forth, right?
That's correct.
Good. Mr. Knight.
Yes, sir.
I hear you. And I hear my good friend, Mr. Reimer, but the place too dark. From time as administrator begging for street lights. I come in here, Mr. Reimer helped me appropriate some money for WAPA for street lights, and WAPA still ain't put up one, that's of a Christmas bulb. Mr. Knight, I need some light.
This appropriation, this measure will get you more than a Christmas bulb. It'll go a
Yes.
long way. The original appropriation dipped into that same fund that's underfunded.
Yeah, I come in here today and I said night for lights.
I'll get the bumper stickers going.
Good, but on a serious note though, we can't continue business like this. The place is really entirely too dark. An administrator, we went around the island. Mr. Roll could tell you we tie ribbon around all those who ain't walking from what's not working, what need to replace, repair. Some we did, and some we just couldn't do. There's critical areas that I don't give you a credit, critical areas that you do come out and do, immediate fixes, and I applaud you for that. But the place
starting from UV. The whole island, I won't call no name to get in trouble, but the whole place is entirely too dark. And a lot of the things too is vegetation covering a lot of the lights as well.
Senator, these guys behind me, they are ready to go. You make the appropriation, and these guys ain't even gonna wait for the appropriation. If we have your word that it's coming, these guys are ready.
It's coming. Tell them go. They could leave.
The guys behind me are ready. They're ready to get started. They're eager to get started. But the appropriation really makes it a reality, and it gives us some necessary resources to build the infrastructure that hopefully we'll find a mechanism together to sustain moving forward.
Good. Commissioner O'Reilly, one last question for you. In your testimony, you talked about agencies that actually addresses the type of issues what the bill sponsor is talking about. And you said that really VITEMA shouldn't be in the mix as terms of agencies issuing citations or the agency of jurisdiction that would carry the same weight like DPNR, VIPD, or whatever. You want to expound on that a little bit, please?
Sure. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, I heard it in Director Jashin's testimony as well. So VITEMA itself is not a regulatory agency per se. So when the actual, they coordinate the responses, they assist all the departments with that coordination, everything, but they themselves are not the response agency. And so they assist with putting out the advisories, but they're not the ones that will, their staff is not typically the one that will actually be in the vessel on the water going out performing the rescues. Those are typically the peace officers themselves. So DPNR and VIPD are the primaries, but then we do get assistance from the other peace officer agencies as well.
Now, let me ask this question. This is something
30
in line with
seconds.
WAPA. I understand, was meant to understand in a conversation with someone who was building, and there was some certain vegetation on the property, and I was made to understand that they couldn't remove the vegetation through DPNR, like particular trees. If they remove it, they have to replace a tree or something like that.
So, I mean, there are protections for certain trees, Senator. A few years ago, this body passed the heritage tree law.
Time.
So if you, like, for example, mahogany is one of them that is automatically stated that it's not that you can't remove it, it's that there is a process for removal. And then, if you're on the shoreline, and apologies, Mr. Chair, if I can conclude. So wetland species are also no net loss policy. So if you're removing mangroves, you have to restore those mangroves. You have to restore that functionality as well. So it depends on the species.
Mr. Chair, just let me wrap up with this point. The reason why I asked that is because I was in a particular area and I was speaking to a gentleman and he was saying to me, when he purchased a property, he was trying to remove those trees and he was stopped from removing the trees. Now the trees have overgrown so much, it's up in the lines. And that was causing a particular, I guess, Chief Nader would call it a fault or disruption in the power. And he said he so wanted to move the tree, but now the tree's gone so high, he don't have the equipment to cut it, and WAPA wouldn't cut the tree. So I'm just wondering if that's something we need to look into about vegetation and so forth.
Yeah, so there's no prohibition on actually trimming or dressing back a tree, Senator. There are prohibitions on completely removing, but then at the same time as well, we also recognize that certain trees are not suitable for certain areas, right? So I'll use mahogany as an example. It is a heritage tree, even though it's introduced, there's a lot of protections for it, but mahogany trees don't belong in our urban areas. Their roots grow really, really wide. They break sidewalks, they impact utilities, all of those things. And so, again, they present challenges to utilities, they present challenges to urban areas. UVI Cooperative Extension actually created a manual called urban forestry for the U.S. Virgin Islands, where they actually tout certain trees to be placed in our urban areas, replacing because there's less flowering, less root spreading, those types of things. And we really, from a planning standpoint, and when we're landscaping these areas, should really follow those things because they don't require, they're mostly salt tolerant trees. They don't flower, they don't shed, they just reduce the impact overall on the system. And they're good for the urban areas. There's also trees that are good for like your switchback areas on your roadways and those types of things. So
Thank you, Commissioner Royal. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. I will support the $4 million because remember during the budget, we actually spoke about that monies. I remember even my colleague wanted to split the money evenly. But I said, you know, St. Thomas a little smaller than St. Croix. You know, I wouldn't have a problem if we would give St. Croix a little more to get, because the island is dark. So I remember it, so I supported based on that. I'm going to stick to my word. But I have a problem with what you said, CEO Knight, in regards to you made a business decision to cut off street lights, to keep on residence lights. But when you know, I have a theory, and you could tell me if it holds water. If you pay $10 million for a shipment of fuel, and you have 10 power outages that you don't use all of fuel, but you still charge a ratepayer for the fuel that you add into the bill. But then, is that a fair assessment to make?
No, I bring in fuel every 9 days. That fuel gets burnt off. Within 9 days, whatever I brought in 9 days ago is already burnt. So there's never a situation where there's fuel sitting around not being used. And I should point out, it is a business decision, but Mr. Reimer can attest, my bonds and my indentures tell me I cannot give away service. I have to be paid for service.
I appreciate that. Okay, so Director Reimer,
Yes, sir.
WAPA is saying they're having some problems getting paid by the government. And I guess getting the checks cut from finance. You're the OMB director. How much money is owed to WAPA?
So this is it's a different situation versus saying they're paying for regular utility bills. The street light based on the current funding source, which is 4% of property taxes, I'm only allowed to allocate $2.4 to $2.6 million a year, despite him billing $8.6 million.
No, I got that. So
I can't give him any more than that.
So you only owe WAPA money for street lights. You don't owe them no other money.
Based on my recollection, yes, we pay them basically on a single payer on the 15th of every month.
WAPA, you owed money by the government for any other outside street lights?
The central government has been doing a good job of staying fairly current. The hospitals and waste management are chronically behind. And I actually have a couple entities for some reason that fell out to the single payer. The Lieutenant Governor's Office and Bureau of Motor Vehicles are about 5 to 7 months behind. I think that's a clerical error that we need to correct.
Okay, so the OMB director is aware?
That is being addressed right now. We had conversations about it, but the Lieutenant Governor's Office and the Bureau of Motor Vehicles.
I'm sorry.
In regards to the hospitals themselves and waste management, I take the allotment for their utilities directly from them and send the money directly to the actual the authority. The issue we had for the last couple of years that we're seeing in terms of the hospitals, their bills sometimes are more than we estimate, so that's how they fall behind in a short window of time. But
Okay,
we try to catch up.
Well, either way, I'm going to beat WAPA 99.9999%, but I can't do it 100 because we have to do our end. Okay, so CEO Knight, did you make an assessment on the amount of street lights that are in areas inaccessible to bucket trucks? Step streets. In Savannah, step streets. Garden Street got step streets. Wrong the field, things have some step streets. And are you guys qualified to repair those lights? Because there are many of them out in Savannah, Garden Street, Hospital Ground.
I know that my crews, particularly in the St. Thomas, St. John district, have been asking me for smaller trucks to be able to navigate some of the smaller alleyways and
But
areas.
trucks can't go up these steps.
We can any place we have a light, we can get to it. And if I'm lying, Mr. Roll will be shaking his head no.
Yeah, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Any place we have a light, we can get to
Thank you. Now, there's always this other street light issue between WAPA and Public Works for years. What is the issue in regards to how many street lights are owned by Public Works?
So I've tried to settle the age-long debate. I've raised my hand and said I will take full responsibility. I think the law as it's currently written, and this has gone back and forth, I think the way it finally stopped is to say that WAPA is responsible for all street lights. Commissioner Gabriel likes to remind me of that. What I've asked is that as we're putting in these new highway projects with the fancy fixtures like we have on Veterans Drive, that WAPA be included in the conversation, that we get the spare inventory, and ultimately, if we are paid for the street lights in full, that allows us to maybe even contract for the maintenance of those specialty decorative fixtures that we tend to put in on the highway, Public Works, federal highway projects.
Okay, thank you, sir. Because again, it needs to be done, and it should. So, how many street lights are we talking about? That public. So you're saying all. In Savan, have some wooden street lights that are on wooden poles, and they have some that are on metal poles. They say some don't belong to WAPA because they don't have a number. Is that factual, or again, you taking responsibility for all?
I'm taking responsibility for all street lights just to keep the government. It doesn't make sense for us to keep squabbling between us and Public Works. Public Works doesn't have the resources, the manpower to maintain the street lights. We'll take it on. We just ask that you give us the type of funding that we need to be able to keep up with that service.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, now in regards to my colleague's bill 360209, for the purposes of this section, marine advisory means an official advisory warning, small craft advisories, recreational marine use advisories, coastal hazard warnings, or similar public safety notices issued by the following agencies.
30 seconds.
So I got, and I understand what my colleague is trying to do. So in regards to, one, we have so many agencies. Who puts out the marine advisory, and is the marine advisory a criminal act or a punitive act is what it is I'm trying to get at. So for me to say, well, because I could go boating when the weather, if I wrap up, Mr. Chair, I could go boating when the weather is clear, and how the weather is now, boom, a storm, catch me out there, call for help, whatever. So who puts out the advisory? What agencies is authorized to put out an advisory? And then how would it be done where we add in PD, DPNR, and all these agencies? I see confusion, but I see, are they enforcing a punitive action by law, or are we just making it one now, or a criminal action by law, a marine advisory? Commissioner Uriel?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So the first thing I want to say is that currently, right now, a marine advisory is not a punitive action, right? I believe the intent of the bill is for when people go out negligently during unsafe conditions. And who puts out the actual marine advisory? So I will defer to Director Joshin on that, but I believe the marine, particularly small craft advisory, it will come from the National Weather Service, if I'm not mistaken. And then what we then do is broadcast that widely to make sure. But as I mentioned in my testimony, small craft advisories can start basically at when swells are expected to be anywhere from 6 to 8 feet. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's completely unsafe out there. I think there's a difference between when, the oncoming storm or when we're getting 20-foot swells and we put out those types of advisories versus the 6 to 8 foot. But I would defer to Director Joshin on exactly who puts out, and because I know Vitima then rebroadcasts a lot of those advisories as well.
Okay, Mr. Chair, you can answer in your time, if you don't mind. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Director Joshin, you may respond.
Good afternoon, Director Joshin from Vitima. In my preparation for the testimony today, I did talk to National Weather Service in Puerto Rico about this discussion we're having. They are the official authorities for sending out advisories, watches, and warnings. They are sending out in the life-saving life advisory. They are not looking at punitive aspects of this. They're asking for the leadership of the area responsible for doing this to basically then take that information and put it out. Like Governor Bryan, when we have a discussion for hurricanes, he does a curfew based upon the advisory and the information coming to National Weather Service. There's a box in which they are responsible for National Weather Service to put out. Even the U.S. Coast Guard, we meet with them. The first part of the conversation is National Weather Service provides that report, but then they drop off or they ask for clarifications up to the Sector San Juan to basically make that call on the impact for life safety, such as closing the ports.
Yeah, then the thing of
Go ahead, you recognize it for your phone.
I thank you, Mr. Chair. So that's, I guess, is what it is I'm trying to get at in terms of the federal agencies putting it out, but on a local end, you know, in terms of a weather advisory, it seems as if it's, well, today the weather is fine. Tomorrow you're going to put out, DPNR commissioner going to put this out. VIPD going to go out, they patrolling, they're going to say, hey, so that's what I was saying in terms of it has to have that succinct clarification in regards to moving forward with the bill. You know, I understand the intent, but I think it causes a lot of confusion. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
I think the question is ultimately, BITEMA is the one that's responsible for putting out the information. Is it you, if there is an interest from DPNR or VIPD or any entity that is communicated through BITEMA for dissemination? Is that your understanding, Director Joshin?
Senator Director Josh, there's multiple broadcast methods. There's radio broadcasts the National Weather Service puts out. There's emergency alerts the National Weather Service puts out. There's Channel 16 the Coast Guard puts out based upon the information. BITEMA takes that out and puts it on alerts. We do not change or modify that. The key thing is, though, there's a date, time group, and area of responsibility, what the advisory covers, and the advisory has an expiration time frame, but that can be extended based upon the conditions obviously getting worse, and it does continue to extend if the environment is such that it's dangerous conditions. But we do talk to National Weather Service. They also have a Facebook page. They also have a web page. They have an application called Slack. You can sign up for multiple ways by which you can get information out. The same information goes out very, very quickly, electronically, by radio, as well as information, and we take that information and share it with the community.
So are you saying that there are multiple triggers? Are you agreeing that there's multiple triggers and you don't have a specific agency that's ultimately responsible for triggering the advisory? Because I think what we're trying to do is to centralize or narrow those regulatory agencies that then will be able to do the enforcement that's required.
Senator Director Josh, and so the authority, I'll use that word, is National Weather Service in Puerto Rico for an area approximately 270 miles east to west of the box, if you will, from longitude and latitude, and 167 miles north and south. That rectangular area, maritime included, is part of that responsibility for the National Weather Service in Puerto Rico. And they're on top of that for the marine advisories, marine watches, and warnings.
Okay, very well, thank you. Senator Lewis, you recognize for your point of information, and we come to Senator Bailey.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everybody, again. Director Reimer.
Yes, sir.
Not to change the tone of the conversation, but I have to ask this one today. Based on your best knowledge, where are we with the increase for the minimum wage?
Still in progress.
Still in progress?
Yes.
It might hit anyone, check next pay period, early 2026.
Currently, I'm probably shooting for early 2026. As they come into my office, there's been some challenges from certain agencies that has created a back and forth between me and them in terms of my office and their office.
But we're still on track to pay it out.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Senator Kirk Vieira, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In reading a particular section, and I'm in support of the Marine Advisory Bill, but is there a need to clearly define what type of marine advisory would authorize civil penalties? Because you said, or the commissioner said, if a 6-foot swell is telling you the conditions are dangerous or not necessarily that you can't go out. So does it need to be clearer language, one? And then two, the Virgin Islands Police Department don't issue advisories. So do they need to be removed from that particular area? Nor does the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service issue any type of small craft advisory. So does those two entities need to be removed? And lastly, if all advisory is really coming from the National Weather Service, because DPNR don't go out and assess for themselves and issue an advisory. They issue advisory based on the information from National Weather Service. So do we need to, clarify that section a bit more?
Senator, this is Director Josh, and I agree with you that the entity that is responsible for the advisory is National Weather Service in Puerto Rico. Now, getting that information to our community, we come together on this. Multiple means by which we put that information out together. It's in marine, especially. You have small craft advisories, and it's based upon the sector of the ocean also. So it's not necessarily just one area. It could be for St. Thomas, it could be for St. Croix. So it's very important you see that advisory, what areas it comes into. Now, again, Mother Nature, she's going to change. It's not a guarantee. It could be calm, you could go out, but it could be no advisory and something could happen. You could have those things called swells that come up. So there are conditions that basically this may not be, but based upon the technology and satellites and the 24-hour service they're providing, they're using their best judgment to put that advisory out. And they do caution on the conservation side of the house. So basically they will be more inclined to say, please don't go out. Because the advisory is such that the swells could be 7 to 10 feet. They may only be 4 feet, but they see based upon the predictions, based upon the observations, they could be this level.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Vielle. Point of information, Senator Frederick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to remind my colleagues, let's not get too caught up with the advisory. This bill is not focused on the advisory. That is one trigger. The key is if emergency assistance is needed because you determine intentionally to ignore any advisory, that's when this kicks in. So, the National Weather Service says, we've got 10 to 12-foot swells. That's fine. I still want to go skiing. Well, then ski. Just don't call for help because once you do now, there's a trigger. And so if DPNR or the police Marine Division goes out, you will pay. So that's where I'm trying to keep the conversation so we know what this bill addresses. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Senator Fonseca, you recognized for your 6 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and pleasant good afternoon to the testifiers. Okay, let me deal with the easy one first. I've signed on as a co-sponsor. Congratulations, the new senator from St. Croix, chairman of EDA, bill number 36-0209. That's a good bill. Okay, so I wanted to go to bill number 36-0210. And I was looking at the statement from Commissioner Derek Gabriel about a street lighting plan within 45 days of an enactment. I wanted to ask Director, will you be able to have that plan within 45 days?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Every time the residents of this community goes to a gas station, you're paying a tax, it's going to WAPA. Right now I'm the chair of the Health, Hospitals, and Human Services Committee. The hospitals are in a state where they are needing resources. This government of the Virgin Islands, we have limited resources. We have to make prudent allocations of our resources based on priority. Now, Ms. Fraser Blyden of Savannah and Ms. Calwood, going up Fireborn Hill. Y'all been telling me about them light for years. So I congratulate this because street lighting is important. However, I got some questions for WAPA because this here, you know, considering that health and hospitals and human services are short of funds, and there's an issue of $4 million going to WAPA, I gotta be cautious of my vote. So right now, WAPA is in a deficit based on your collections and your expenditures. I want to ask you, your collection is about $12 million a month, more or less?
No, probably 27 million.
27?
Yeah.
Okay. What portion of that is water? I just want to deal with the electricity side.
The bulk of that is electricity. Yeah, the bulk of that is electricity. I'd have to tease out the water piece.
And so your monthly expenditures are what?
We are the water system is cash flowing positively, so we are running a deficit of about approximately 1 million a month, and that's all on the electric side.
Okay, 1 million a month deficit. So that means you have bills that you have to pay. You see, my concern is, I don't have faith that WAPA is going to be able to restore the street lights. That is my problem. That is the basic problem. I do not believe that WAPA is going to put up the street lights. Do you have inventory for the street lights? Because I know, well, let me ask you first. Did you get FEMA funding for street lights for the hurricane storms?
I know some street lights were repaired and replaced as part of the initial response to the storm. I don't know if we had any project worksheets that were specific to street lights, but I do know as the system was being rebuilt, that street lights were replaced where they had existed. I can assure you that we have the means and every intention of putting in those lights. We could start right now. You know, the problem is the funding that we get does not cover the charges for the consumption, the power that the lights consume. We've been waiting for some forward progress on how we deal with that issue. But Senator, if you provide us with funds, those funds will go exactly for the purposes indicated in the legislation and for nothing else, period.
Okay, so I'm showing that WAPA got about $721.7 million for your total electrical distribution system. There was about 661 for the Richmond plant, 205.9 for the Randolph-Harley, and 161.5 for the communication towers, et cetera, et cetera. How much actually went into street lighting?
Zero.
1 minute.
The funds you are speaking to are the replacement of the Richmond plant, generation, the addition of about 40 megawatts to retire 2 units in the Harley plant, generation.
Okay,
and the
zero.
balance is the
I got you.
automated metering.
Zero.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for interrupting you, but my time was cut. So are you entitled to street light reimbursements?
No.
You're not entitled to reimbursements?
No, we don't have any active project worksheets for street lighting.
Okay, so what's the lifespan? What's the lifespan of an average street light? You install a lot of new lights, and what's the lifespan of a street light?
I would say somewhere beyond.
LEDs 20 years.
Go ahead.
Lemuel Avenue, Chief Operating Officer, Electric Systems. For the current LED lights, you get about 20 years service.
20 years. How many new street lights do you think are needed right now?
We know for a fact we need 437 new street lights. The lights last longer, so things like photocells fail before the lights actually
Okay,
fail.
you need 437. My time was called, Mr. Chair. Can I finish up?
You may wrap up, Senator.
Yes. So what's the cost of a street light? You need 437. What's the cost of that street light? And when I'm talking about the cost, I mean the cost, the total cost.
We probably have to get back to you with that figure. And it's a complicated metrics. There's a cost of the light. There's a cost to install the light, but there's also the cost.
Sorry for cutting you off. And you see, that's the issue. You come in before me asking for $4 million for street lights, and you don't know the cost of a street light. You got to get back to me.
We know the cost of a street light.
Well, tell me what's the cost of a street light?
The cost of an LED street light could be in the region of over 1,000 to
I didn't hear you. Can you repeat
US.
that?
The cost of a street light could be in the region of about 1,200 US, and then you have to add the lamp to it, the arm, the photo cell, and the mounting cost. So there are added costs that go towards the
Probably a
installation of the
$2,000 package, and if I need transformers to step it down, that adds to the cost. If I need to run wires, that adds to the cost. The trucks, all of that adds to the cost. What I'm coming to you saying is this government has underfunded by $8 million a year in street lighting.
Excuse me. You know, I don't know why it's so hard to give me the average cost of a street
About
light.
$2,500 per each installation.
$2,500. And you say you need 437, right?
That need repair, yes.
Okay, so, Mr. Chair, I don't want to abuse my time, right? But you see, I have a concern. You're coming down here for street lights. And the legislature, remember, we have different priorities with this government. You got to know what these things cost when you come before me, because you're asking for $4 million, and I'm the health hospital human services chair. And right now, the Wang Louis Hospital is in dire need, and so is the Roy Lester Snyder Hospital, human services. And here we is giving more money to WAPA. Thank you. You can answer in the chair's time. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Next, we'll recognize Senator Maurice James, and she'll be followed by Senator Potter.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers in this block and everyone. When it comes to Bill 36-0209, I support the intent and the purpose, but I do not support the language in the bill. And I want to make that clear because it is very important that agencies and departments understand what it is we're asking them to do. And when I heard Commissioner of DPNR speak to I believe and I think and anyone else, it tells me that we cannot pass laws that agencies and departments do not understand what it is they're supposed to do. And then if there's a dispute, we cannot continue to send legislation to the courts and ask the court to decipher the legislative intent if the language is not clear. So going forward, I definitely intend to always point out when language needs to be changed in our legislation. The purpose of this is excellent. The intent is excellent. And I fully support what the sponsor wants to do because people should pay when they harm others. I just want to make that clear. I want to ask the Commissioner at DPNR who pointed out several of the concerns that I had, which was when he spoke to that a small craft advisory, it doesn't necessarily mean that the boat should not be in the water. I want to ask the Commissioner of DPNR, do you issue regulations that explicitly prohibit, for example, under certain conditions, for a boat to terminate a voyage or come back onto, do you have regulations, for, especially with a hurricane? I agree with the sponsor that we need to focus more on not so much on the advisory, which is an official announcement, but what regulations do we have that someone would violate if they were supposed to ignore an advisory, if we have safety notices, because I saw that in the legislation that I like, the public safety notices are ignored. Do you, Commissioner Oriel, have public safety notices that would cause someone to violate those notices? And do you have fines associated with violation of those notices?
Good afternoon, Senator. Thank you for the question. So presently, no, we do not have those notices as you were describing.
You do not?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to give this scenario, and I'm going to give this scenario so that we understand what we need to do to fix this bill, because like I said, I'm going to repeat, it's an excellent bill. And I definitely think that it should go forward with the correct language. If I went out on a boat and there's an accident and there is a call for help, and DPNR responds, and you see that the person is boating under the influence, right? BUI, does not then bring the police department into the picture, and if there is injury and the emergency medical service via FEMS has to respond, does that not also bring them into this particular scenario that I'm pointing out? And would each of you, given the fact that, and let's say you found out that there are no safety vests. I'm creating it for you because it could end up in court, right? A scenario like this. Do each of you then issue a separate citation? And in the case of the police department, would it not be a crime, the BUI? And I'd like to start with DPNR and then go to, well, emergency medical services isn't here, but then come to the police department.
So thank you for the question, Senator. So DPNR actually has the right to issue citations for boating under the influence. We also have the right to issue citations for not having the proper safety equipment, life jackets, those types of things. And again, if we ever arrived at the scene of an accident and there was transport of somebody that is injured, then one of the things the officers will be doing is notifying the fire and emergency medical services, so that we're taking the person who is in need of care to the closest port.
Okay, then let me ask this. And do you find the violators in this situation then?
Yes.
So you already have a code provision or a regulation that allows you to do this separate and apart from this particular bill?
Yes. For the BUI that you mentioned, yes, we do. For the boating safety or not having the proper safety equipment, yes, we already do.
So this would more or less then overlap, because it says for violating, if there's a violation of a public safety notice, which I think is what I'm asking you about. So you already have the authority to do that.
Time.
And then what? Mr. Chair, I just want to engage the police department.
You may proceed, Senator.
Thank you. So then someone dies, and then at what point do you come in and he's already issued a citation, and then you would issue a ticket? A citation is a ticket, but you know what I'm saying? Like,
yes,
it wouldn't be a traffic ticket.
Correct, it wouldn't, Assistant Commissioner Santos. So boating accidents fall under DPNR. So we just come in as to assist them if they need anything. But when it comes to
if the person needs to be arrested,
that's DPNR.
DPNR would arrest them and turn them over to you, or no, to the Department of Justice.
Yes, ma'am. They go through the entire arrest process.
Okay, great. So that and Vitima does not issue citations. We're clear about that.
No, we do not.
There was just one other thing that DPNR said that was a little concerning to me too, was you don't believe that we need a separate fund because you already have funds that would let me ask you specifically, when you do issue the violation, what fund does the fine that is paid for DPNR violation go? Where does that go?
Depending on the nature of the fine, Senator, it could go into our fish and game fund, it can go into our natural resources reclamation fund, or our boating safety fund.
Oh, but you determine where it goes.
Yes. So each, like for example, like if we issue a citation related to illegal fishing, that fund, that the ticket, the monies from that violation go into the fish and game fund. When we issue or collect for vessels, like their mooring fees for the annual mooring fees that they pay, that goes and is deposited into the Natural Resources Reclamation Fund. Tickets that are issued for violations on the water, so not having the proper amount of life jackets, maybe boating under the influence, those would fall under the boating safety.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator James. CEO Knight, the 437 that you spoke about lamps damage that need to be replaced, is that territory-wide or just one particular district?
Yeah, that's territory-wide. Those aren't lights that are just not working. Those are lights that we couldn't repair even if we wanted to. We have to replace them.
Replace the units.
So they're lights that where the bulbs are blown or the photocells aren't working. That doesn't include this. 437 is where we need to actually put up new fixtures.
Fixtures. All right, very well. Senator Potter, you recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. A special good afternoon to our testifiers who are before us today. You know, when you get these types of bills, and I'm looking at the $4 million for the streetlights, it's a very important initiative, no doubt. At the same time, if you're in a government, a territorial economy, where there are so many challenges that require finances. So as a senator, you have to ask yourself, what are the priorities overall? Is it the fact that Wang Louis, healthcare, is it that? Is it education? Is it waste management? It's a challenge. So you really have to be prudent. You have to be thoughtful in determining, is this the biggest bang for a $4 million investment, street lighting? I know, Mr. CEO, you mentioned that 437 areas have been dark since 2015. That's 10 years.
Correct.
Why has it taken a decade to begin to address an issue like that? I know you just came, right? I know you just came. But couldn't we be doing some sort of incremental repairs over time rather than now, today, we're addressing the issue 10 years later?
So I can't speculate. Thank you for pointing out that I've only inherited the problem for about a year and 4 months. But what I do believe is, quite frankly, at one point there was a street lighting surcharge. Sometime, I don't know under whose tenure, but when that was taken out, I think the mechanism to do some of this work evaporated. I can't stress enough, it's about $6 million. Part of that structural deficit that I spoke to in our budget hearing, we talked about a $9.6 million structural deficit. Imagine $6 million out of that is the street lighting business that we just don't get compensated for. So the ability to go in there and make capital investments is just not there. We took out debt, apparently. I got a text note from my staff. We borrowed to replace street lights after the hurricane. We didn't get FEMA public assistance dollars for that. The federal highway, those lights, they got public assistance. But for the local operating funded, ratepayer funded street lights, we didn't get a dime.
Okay. As far as the timeline for completing this, providing, the bill passes, I don't get a vote in this committee. Providing the bill passes, what is your timeline for completing the 437 lamp replacements?
Lemuel Lavigne, Chief Operating Officer, Electric Systems. The 400 lamps that would need to be replaced. The timeline maybe could be about 3 months because we'd have to order and bring them in and then get the installations going. But in addition to the 437, we'd also use those funds to upgrade those high-pressure sodium lamps, which generally their bulbs last about 5 years compared to the LED lamps that you get for up to 20 years. You can get good lighting on them. So we'd use the funds to not just replace the 437, but to upgrade the lighting of the system.
Understandable. Now, as far as the budget for this project, we're saying $4 million is what you're asking. It's what the bill calls for, not what you're asking for. How would that look as far as just the budget breakdown? I know I'm asking you this because I know in this legislature for the last couple of years that I've been here, we always get a figure, it needs $2 million or $5 million, and numbers are just kind of put out there, right? And there isn't ever a specific, detailed, itemized breakdown as to we can use this $1 million for a bucket truck, the $500,000 for conversion of LED conversions, or X number of dollars for pole replacements. Do you have at this stage of the game, do you have such a breakdown, a budgetary breakdown, so that it's clear that this is a rational process that we're engaging in here? $4 million isn't just thrown out, but there is a breakdown as to what this will entail.
Yeah, Senator, yes, we would love to double the figure, but in the wisdom of this body, there's $1 million set aside to pay for past due outstanding receivables. We owe our company that we pay for transformers, who we get our trucks from, and folks that help us on the T&D system when we don't have the capacity to respond. So we would exhaust the budget, just that $1 million just in that area. The 1.8 would go to buying, replacing the 437 that need to be repaired, replacing the high pressure sodium, buying extra photo
30
cells.
seconds.
We could provide a detailed breakdown of exactly how we'd spend those funds, and we could spend those funds twice over if we got $8 million.
I appreciate that. $8 million. Okay. And I know the number that has been thrown out as far as WAPA and the deficit, projected deficit is $332 million. That I know you've discussed in past presentation. How does this appropriation fit within your broader financial stabilization plan? Does this fit in there in any way?
It does. So I don't necessarily subscribe to the turnaround management's projection. That's an outsider's view of it. I'm a little bit more optimistic in our outlook, but that's a conversation for a different day. One of the things we're excited about with this is allows us to pay down some of that AP on the T&D side. I can't get transformers and wires from companies that we do business with because we have outstanding bills. So that $1 million set aside is a smart decision to help us make good on some of those outstanding bills. The other dollars, really, the plant and everything else competes with the T&D system. By earmarking and dedicating funds to the T&D system, it frees up some of those dollars that are from our operating budget to take care of some of the plant needs, because we're no longer in competition with each other. I can actually make a real dent in the T&D capital needs without pilfering from the plant operation, and that's exciting.
Understood. Mr. Chair, if I may just ask one final question. It's regarding my colleague's bill number 36.0209. I just wanted to get a sense as to what happens. I don't know if it's Commissioner Oriel or Vitima would weigh in on this. What happens now, in absence of this bill? What happens now when a boater just simply ignores a marine advisory warning? Is there nothing right now on the books that would allow, police or DPNR or any official government entity to issue a citation or pick up someone who flagrantly ignores an advisory? Is there anything right now? Nothing.
Good afternoon, Senator. So yeah, right now, again, it's in the name. It's an advisory, right? It's basically telling you caution at your own risk. And again, like I believe, like Senator Frederick mentioned, it's not so much the advisory piece. It's when if you knowingly and willingly went out in a time frame where it has been stated by the officials that you should not be out there, but now we have to come and provide rescue. Yeah. Like that's my understanding from the sponsor of the bill, like that's what the essential crux of this is, not the not the advisory piece, but the fact that, okay, the government has come together and said it is unsafe to be out. Therefore, we are saying to all mariners, do not go out. And you go out anyway. And then now you are putting emergency personnel in harm's way for a negligent action.
Thank you for your response. Thank you very much for your flexibility, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter, for your line of questions. Senator Frederick, you recognized for your 6 minutes. Bill sponsor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Pleasant good afternoon again. Testifiers, listening and viewing audience, my staff and central staff. I want to go back to the video that we looked at, Commissioner Oriel. Can you tell us, a rescue like that, what do you think it costs the Department of Planning and Natural Resources? What was that number?
So depending on the main cost out there is your actual fuel burn. I mean, the officers, no matter what, are on, particularly during times of emergency, right? Most times when we're preparing for a storm, we are trying to provide order at the locations where we are having the boaters come into the refuge areas, and we're trying to make sure that that is taking place in an orderly fashion. So when we have to go out, depending on how much fuel you burn, but for example, my vessels, an entire full tank for them is about $1,200.
So let's for an example purposes only. The vehicle went out there to rescue this boat that was in distress. The National Weather Service had issued an advisory, a small craft warning, everybody should be in waves 10 feet plus. Your guys went out there along with the police department, Marine Division, and some weird accident happened. The boats were close and they rammed into each other and they became in peril. Who pays for all that?
So again, it's the taxpayers.
Thank you. And then that was my point. Whenever we come up with legislation to try to find ways to make sure the taxpayers don't get hammered every time that there's an issue, we get pushed back with the technicalities that says, well, what if that, what if, this is not that case. This is a simple case where it's been going on for many years, where we've gone out there and rescued people who were just defiant and figured out that, listen, I'm not listening to anybody. I don't care. I'm a great boater. I could do whatever I want. And they get in trouble, and we have to send out our guys, risk their lives and our equipment, and we get nothing other than, thank you so much. Well, taxpayers are paying for that. And so that's what this bill is for. It's very specific. And if you want to keep disregarding our laws and you just want to go out there and still be a daredevil, the fine goes up. And after 3 times, instead of the officers pulling up and say, Henry, that's you again, we're going to make sure there's a penalty for it. And that's why the 3rd strike is where there's a misdemeanor charge being added to it to make sure that, okay, this person knows now it's getting beyond serious now. You're not, we're going to make the courts get involved. That's all this is. The warnings and, where it comes from, all that stuff, that's getting lost in the meaning of what we're trying to accomplish here. Let's stay focused on what we're trying to do. We're just trying to make sure bad behavior is not rewarded. And we protect the lives of our employees and our property. That was the extent of it. In reference to WAPA, being an insurance broker who pays into that insurance guarantee fund, that's the industry I'm in. We pay a lot of money to make sure that if something catastrophic happens in the Virgin Islands, like a storm, which is very common, that there's money in there to help the community. $50 million. In 2019, this fund was established, right? So like 6 years ago, right? Before that. It was replenished in 6 years ago. And we know these storms are becoming more powerful. Why are we now not talking about increasing the insurance guarantee fund instead of taking the little residual that's there and using it for street lights? We should be able to find funding somewhere else to pay for the street lights. Because after we pay the $4 million, how long is it going to last? If you look at the way it's written, it says this $4 million is supposed to do a whole lot. It's supposed to help the authority replace the operation of street lights throughout the territory. That's not even possible. It's a start. If a storm comes through here, $4 million goes down the drain real fast. So we should have a sustainable fund for the authority to maintain the street lights. I'm not against this bill. I think the bill has merit. It's just a funding source, I think, it's too precious for us to play around with. I know right now the law says anything over, $50 million goes in the general fund, but I still think we need to increase the cap so it reflects the current insurance rates, what's going on, because it's not going to be enough.
The only defense I'd offer, Senator, is to say every time a storm passes through here, ain't nobody feels it more than the Water and Power Authority. Yeah. We incur the damage, and that's the one part of our system that we can't insure. So there is a nexus between that fund and the fact that we are a community institution that after we get damaged, we really don't have the resources to repair. So that helps in your decision making. There is a clear nexus there.
Yeah. Now, I noticed too that there's some other agencies that still hadn't paid the authorities, and the hospitals owe you about $1.7 million right now. I'm looking at the listing and I'm like, your issue is collections. The government needs to pay you. And our $4 million, although, it sounds like it's Christmas to you, that's nothing. I'm looking at this.
Time.
Mr. Chair, if I could just finish up real quick. You've got an accounts payable balance of $60 million. And we're talking about $4 million as if it's going to be the panacea to our problems. The darkness will continue, unfortunately. We need to find a sustainable source to make sure the authority can, in fact, provide sustainable lighting throughout the territory. So, Mr. Knight, real quick, $4 million, is that going to change the outcome of anything around here?
Yes, you're going to see an immediate benefit in the street lighting. It doesn't negate the fact that we need a long-term solution, but you're going to buy yourself several years of proper lighting in the territory as a result. You're going to see an immediate benefit. It is enough for us to make a dent in the problem and to demonstrate that we do have the ability to light up the islands. We've done it before, but we will need eventually, if not this year, very soon, we're going to need to figure out the deficit. If I can't get it through this body, then I'm going to have conversations with passing it on to the ratepayers, and that means a rate increase. If we want to avoid that, then finding funds that does not compromise the operations of the government is a stopgap measure that gets us there.
Thank you very much for the additional time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. CEO Knight, that was an epic response. That was good.
Thank you, sir.
Because, of course, when you look at we talk about insurance and we do a comparison, having street light ensure that you're able to navigate safely on our roadway. It ensures that our seniors can start to operate when it's getting dark, because right now they think it's too dark and they stay home.
Right.
It ensures that the pedestrian on the side of the roadway could be spotted and they won't be run over. So there's a lot of insurance and assurance that's occurring by having proper street lights there. So that was a good response.
Definitely. Thank you.
Good show. Senator Vialli, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Listen. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, the bill for the streetlight is a one-time measure. There's no part of the bill that said it's going to be every single year. It was written to provide some relief for WAPA that has not been paid for streetlight for a number of years. It was written to provide streetlight for areas that have not been lit for a number of years. And if anybody wants to find a sustainable account, we all senators, go ahead and find it. But when we were doing the budget markup, we took the time out to make sure that we could, at the very minimum, provide $4 million. And we speak about the Insurance Guarantee Fund, which is a good fund. But that's a reinsurance for established insurance company in the Virgin Islands. And we're taking a portion of the taxes that they pay and putting it in there in the event that something happens. And the last hurricane that we had, 2 hurricanes in 2017, Maria and Irma, there were a bunch of companies that went insolvent. And that was a direct result of better legislation and better rules and regulation for that particular market. So I don't want to have this discussion like we're going to just collapse and companies could just take people money every single year. From 2017, we had a hurricane, so they could take everybody money from 2017 till 2025. But they could collapse and just go with the money for insure if a hurricane hit. That's not the way it works. We're acting like this isn't an important measure. You know how many elderly individuals and other individuals don't drive in the night because there are no street lights? You know how many individuals don't drive in the night because the roads are not striped and they can't see when it's raining? That's reality. It's a reality. So we need to move on it. And then I hear the discussion in reference to the Marine Advisory Bill, and I am in support of it. It is a good bill, but I need to fix. So you can't get upset because they need to fix. We need to look at it. We have had recommendations from DPNR, and we need to look and see what we need to fix. You're saying in the bill it says citations that are issued and having the VI Police Department and Fire Service. They don't issue citations, so that need to be strike. The interpretation of the bill could be that all of them must issue a citation in order for it to be legal. We just need to insert the word any before the national, whether Service or Coast Guard, those entities that actually issue citation. There are areas that we need to clean. You have the funding source, you have money going to nonprofit. And then money going to all of the entities that collect. We're acting like this is millions of dollars. How many incidents do you have a year? DPNR, how many incidents do we have a year?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I would say we probably, I'd say a minimum of 5 a year is where we are in terms of having to provide some rescue.
Okay, so let's take 5. And let's take the maximum amount. 5 times 5,000, 25,000. And you want to split it among 9 agencies. What are you really going to buy? I think the agency that issuing the citation need to keep the fund into their special account that they have and utilize it for that particular unit. But I don't see creating a new fund that is not ever going to receive more than $25,000 unless it's a strange year. Let's say 10, you might receive 50,000. So there are just some areas that we need to look at. Now, Mr. Reimer, my good budget director.
Yes, sir.
you receive $20 million in fiscal, well, the act or the budget bill that was passed allocated $20 million on the insurance guarantee fund in FY25, and now FY26, and next $20 million has been allocated from the insurance guarantee fund to the general fund. That's correct?
That's correct.
In fiscal year 25, $23 million was drawn from that fund, which is $3 million more than the 20. But you have that authority. The finance commissioner has that authority to do that, because the language clearly says that anything in excess of $50 million can be utilized. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So what really wrong with we taking $4 million when we're making sure that the $50 million remains in the account? We even gave you some more because you have 58 in there now. And you have 58 in the account after you have already withdrawn $7 million this year. For FY26, you only got 13 more to go. And you have 58 without counting what is going to be deposited. In the first 2 months, we collect $5.7 million. We're on target for about a year. We might collect 27, 28. So after that four, Mr. Budget Director, you'll still have an additional $3 million, $3 to $4 million. What do you think?
I don't, unless you know I don't do analysis before I answer them kind of questions. So if you say so, I agree.
But no, one thing I know about our budget director is his head is very good, mathematically and everything else. He already have everything swirling. Okay, so but there's sufficient funding. This isn't going to deplete. I want to be clear. It is not going to deplete the amount in the insurance guaranteed fund. As per law, the law says $50 million. There's $58 million in there right now. After $7 million has been drawn out, and after they have already encumbered the next 13, there's still 58 left, and we haven't deposited more. It's going to be 60, 70, over $60 million. I am not a great fan of WAPA, but the reality is the reality. And the CEO is talking the truth. We can't blaze him when he's talking the truth. He's talking the truth. If he doesn't have money, when those guys coming out and working and they're scrounging for parts, then the next entity that's going to need stuff is the water division. When they can't find pipe, they can't find this, that. Those are issues we have on a regular basis. Now the solution to the problem. The solution to the problem, with all of the solar coming in online, the cost is supposed to be reduced. With the conversion to propane, the cost is supposed to be reduced. So when we reach to that point that you're able to decrease the LEAC by 5-6 cents, or the overall cost by X amount of cents, then you just need to retain 2 cents or a portion of it for the streetlight maintenance, and the rest of the savings pass on to the people of the Virgin Islands. That way we don't have to find additional money. But once they have the cost saving, and the cost saving must come. It must come because of the measures that this body has passed and the recent work of WAPA. And we have seen what they have done on St. Croix with solar. So it is just, instead of going to the PSC and asking for the full amount to go back to the people, you take enough to make sure that you're able to maintain the plant and do what you got to do. Can that work, Mr. Knight?
Yes, sir. That's we do have a base rate case coming up, and if there's nothing else done with the property tax street lighting fund, then we will be taking the deficit to the PSC as part of that base rate study.
Okay. And I want everybody to understand, when we say WAPA has a number of outstanding accounts of individuals who owe them, Waste Management, JFL, Snyder, and if you do a better job at collecting, then you won't have an issue. But who you're collecting from? You're collecting from the same government, the government that fund Waste Management, JFL, and Snyder. So if you take all of this, you make them pay, then you're going to deplete something else. It's one cycle. One cycle. We're taking $4 million. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Violet. Before we go to the point of information, I'm getting texts about power outage on St. Thomas 7A and 8B. And individuals want to get a status of what's transparent with that.
7A?
7A and 8A? Oh, 8B. I'm getting 8B. 7A and 8B.
Yeah, Senators, we got the alert while we were sitting here as well. We haven't had a chance to really inquire as to what's happening, but we did get the same alert.
Okay, if you could ask, see if you could get information so you could circulate it to all those people who are watching and concerned and texting, will be appreciated.
I got my director at TND. He should be able to give me some
Senator
information.
Fonseca, you recognize your point of information?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Budget Director Julio Rayma.
Yes, sir.
What's the purpose of the insurance guarantee fund? And also, have we ever experienced a time recently when an insurance company went bankrupt and we had to dip into that fund to pay the homeowners? You know, I agree with street lights are important because, you know, the elderly persons and just everybody is entitled to street lighting. But tell me, what's the purpose of the insurance guarantee fund?
The purpose of the fund is basically to make sure that if an insurance company goes insolvent, that basically the fund actually pays the homeowners or property owners for what they actually owed.
And so we've had any recent incidents when an insurance company went bankrupt and you've had to dip into that fund to pay the homeowners?
After 2017 storms, I think it was 2 insurance companies that actually went under.
Okay, so you see, we have a history here of insurance companies going bankrupt after a storm, and the homeowners are left with no other resource other than to go to this same insurance guarantee fund so that the government can provide the assistance so you can restore your home. As a matter of fact, property values have gone up. So if anything, we probably need more money in the insurance guarantee fund than the 60 million. Maybe we need, I don't know, we haven't had a study, but let me ask you, you made a good point here where you need to probably invest the fund so that can grow. Give me some more details on your train of thought with that.
So, Senator, when we have $50 million sitting there, it's easier to put it in a fund that will earn 4 to 5% interest versus to have it in a CD that earns less than 1%. So that's the things we're doing now, to actually invest those funds, to grow those funds long term versus short.
Yeah, I fully agree that the insurance guarantee fund cannot be used for a streetlight bailout. This comes out to be a streetlight bailout for WAPA, because I can tell you, ladies
Senator, you have a
and
point of
gentlemen,
information. You wrap up your point of
yes,
information.
yes,
so
I
we
will.
can move on. Yes.
The street light them, the 437 light them are not going to go up. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Thank you. At this time, point of information, Senator Viale.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I had our next question, but I got to ask this one first. This is not a bailout. We owe WAPA the money. At a minimum, we owe them $6 million a year and have not paid them for the last 10 or 15 years. We paid them to the rate of $2 million. This is not a bailout. This is paying down outstanding debt. That's first. Second, after those companies went insolvent, and it wasn't an entire company, it was a number of individuals that were insured, this government paid them, and we still got $50 million left in the account. Can we replenish the account to $50 million? So we paid out every payment we had to make as a government, and we still have $50 million in the account. Ain't got no way that anybody could talk around this in terms of what this government has been able to do with that insurance guarantee fund and the maintenance of that particular funding source.
Point of
But
information.
the question I want to ask, and I'll just quickly, Mr. Chair, there's no, because you asked a question, it also go to the electricity. There's no water in Frederick said the Head Start has been closed by Clara Marco School all week. Parents can't carry the children to school, having to be home. What's up with the water issue in Frederick said and some of those persistent issues of individuals that get in water? I mean, that's half the topic, but just so people could know, because I'm getting texts, the water for the Head Start in Frederick said, what's going on with the tank? Is it filled? Give us some information, please.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So to the earlier inquiry, 7A has been restored. There's a portion of 8B that is on feeder 7A that we're still working on. There was a unit that tripped off, so we're putting additional generation online, and hopefully we'll have 8B restored shortly as well. The water situation, after we had a series of issues on St. Croix on Sunday that knocked off station service in the power plant, while we were able to restore the distribution feeders, the transformers that supply power, station service power to the pumps at Richmond, were taken offline. We should have them online either today or tomorrow. We were operating them on a generator that we have for such an eventuality. We lost because of refueling. I won't get into the details, but we had an issue and the generator tripped, so we lost a couple hours. It took us about 4 or 5 hours yesterday to get the pumps back online, and in that period of time, we lost most of the inventory, if not all the inventory, in Kings Hill. Kings Hill was basically at zero this morning. We're building back inventory again. Everything is online. We're pushing water and building back inventory. But so the folks in Frederickson should see an improving pressure situation as we get more pressure into the system heading west. But we're still recovering from the setbacks from last Sunday, where we lost a lot of inventory when we were unable to pump for about 9 hours on Sunday.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that.
Point of information.
Point of information, Senator Fonseca.
Yes, thank you. And, again, I have to say that I definitely think that the street light is important. However, the insurance guarantee fund is set up for a purpose, and that is to guarantee after a storm that homeowners have a source of funds so that they can rebuild their homes or get assistance. And that has happened. We have testimony here. 2 insurance companies went bankrupt. And then on the other side...
Senator, you're being redundant.
Yes.
So please, I'm going to move on. If there's something else in regards to your point of information, you may state
right
at this
now,
time.
I think the hospitals need some of that money because right now the hospitals are short. So I'm coming with amendment when it's go. I'm going to vote for it yesterday, but in session I'm coming with amendment because the hospitals need funds. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Point of information.
Point of information, Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is for the PNR, Commissioner Oriel. What's the process now for when you send a notice of citation or someone receives a citation? Can they appeal? And I'm looking at what's in this bill now just to make sure we're going to be consistent with what's going on now. Do you give them the right to appeal? And who's the final arbiter of the appeal?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. So for the things that we can write tickets for, it goes to court. So if somebody wants to challenge it, they'd have to show up in court, and the judge would be the final arbiter on whether or not the ticket upholds, if they impose a reduced fine or anything of that nature. But you do go to court.
Thank you for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator James. At this time, this rounds out this block number 2, and I'll go to you for a closing discussion. We start off with you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, for bill number 36-0209, we fully see what the intent. I do believe to offer some possible language that may be there. Again, when we are knowingly going into a situation that is going to be in, let's say, uncalm waters, knowing that the approach of a storm, again, the process for the government is that VITEMA activates the emergency operations centers, and then we begin all of our checks to ensure readiness. I believe that if there is a situation that mirrors, the oncoming storm situation, I think that's a very easy thing to say. No, as a government, the emergency support function is advising that mariners remain in port because we're now transitioning to readiness for a storm, and we follow what the U.S. Coast Guard is doing as well, whether or not the port is open, the port is closed. So I think that portion or piece is pretty simple. I think it becomes a little bit more difficult in the times where you're not getting ready for necessarily a storm, but we are getting advisories that we're anticipating 20-foot swells, large Christmas winds, and now we're giving advisories for small craft or even medium size, but there are going to be some instances where people are going to go out and then may necessarily have to have a rescue take place. So I think that that's language that needs to be considered in terms of that hard definition of when this advisory or stay in port goes out, and then anybody who violates that, then the citation process could be implemented. And lastly, since we are before the budget committee, and I have my good friend here, I just want to remind the Committee on Finance that, as I have stated on several occasions, we do need that additional appropriation when it comes to our permits division. We do not want to be after March 31st in a situation where a number of employees are lost due to lack of funding. So thank you very much for the opportunity. And again, here to assist in any way that we can. Thank you.
We track in, and we're also mindful of the date and time. We have had that conversation with OMB as well. So yeah, during the next session, we'll work on that. At this time, we'll go to Assistant Commissioner Sean Santos. 30 seconds.
Yes, good afternoon again, Senator and members of the 36th Legislature. On behalf of the VIPD, we would like to thank you for the ability to come to testify regarding to Bill number 360209. I want to piggyback off of Commissioner Oriole, because some of what he was speaking about as far as the advisory is concerned kind of mimicked what you, Senator Francis, was referring to, that once the emergency command center has been established and we have all emergency heads at the table, and we go forward in affecting whatever plans come forward, then from there we could move forward. We say that if advisories shall go out from the Virgin Islands government instead of other agencies or federal agencies, because then from there we could go forward. But I do agree with the bill sponsor. However, I want to also, being that those amendments were being proposed, we will definitely come back again once the bill has been finalized. So again, I just want to say thank you for the ability to come to testify today.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner Santos. Next, we'll hear from VITEMA Director Dara Jashin.
Good afternoon, Senator, and good afternoon, committee members. I think what we're trying to do is trying to keep people from making poor judgments. And also, if you're on the water, experience makes a big, big difference. Today, we actually have a small craft advisory north of the island of St. Thomas, 10 miles out, and it just says 5 to 7 feet. It says basically inexperienced mariners, especially those operating smaller vessels, should avoid navigating in hazardous conditions. It says nothing about scuba diving. And I think as far as the advisories I've seen no scuba diving advisories, but I think if you're out and about and you lose an engine, you should ask for support and help and rescue, but not be looked at a penalty for being out there in an environment that basically got you into trouble because it was more equipment based, not that you were running an environment that was ill-advised because you avoided an advisory. So I think you have to look at judgment. Ultimately, we want to save lives. We want to have people make good decisions, but please, not to the point that they don't want to ask for help and support because they don't have the dollars in their pocket. So it really goes back to just life safety. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Director Jashin. Next, we'll come to Director Julia Reimer, Senior, OMB.
So, Mr. Chair, thanks once again for allowing me to have the the honor to actually testify on a bill. With this bill itself, for me, I'm not opposed to what the actual purpose of the bill is. It's just the funding source. And basically seeing it short term. We really need to look at a long-term solution to actually address the issue of street lighting, which means in the past, as the actual CEO said, we did have a street light surcharge on the actual bill. It was about 1 cent, so it generates about 5 to 6 million roughly. And if that's the case, that closes the gap in regards to funding the street lights properly. But to do this one-time fix, what I'm explaining to you guys so you understand, don't look at it as a one-time bill that says, okay, I'm gonna give you 4 million, but look at it from the whole perspective and say, hey, let's figure out a mechanism that actually pays the street lights going forward so he don't be back in the same position a year from now, 2 years from now. And as all we are aware, there's always destruction of street lights. There's certain people that actually destroy street lights by actually shooting at them, pulling out the copper. It does many things in regards to the street lights. So therefore, for me, for the replacement, repair, and maintenance, especially for the Water and Power Authority, needs to be funded properly moving forward and not be capped at the 2.4 million, which means you have to have something blended. Because we can't afford taking any more from the basic operation of a government, but which means we need to pass it on to ratepayer. And if you do an average, the average consumer still consumes about 400 kilowatts at 1 cent, is about $4 a month.
Thank you very much, Director Reimer. Next, we'll go to CEO Carl Knight. You recognize.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to testify on the measure. It is a step in the right direction to correct a very vexing problem. Every single member of the Water and Power Authority would like to see the street lights operable and to light the dark areas. We get the calls all the time. And yes, we do when there's a public safety concern or a very acute concern. We take care of those as a course of business. But we also recognize that that's not a sustainable solution. This will certainly help us, put us on the right track and actually be able to make the investment into the street lighting system that we haven't been able to afford to do in many, many years. It'll correct a lot of long-standing issues. While there's a street lighting district fund in Title 33, and it's intended for the purpose of installation and maintenance of street lights, it doesn't cover the operating costs of that system. This helps offset some of our investment and makes us whole in that regards. The gentlemen behind me, Mr. Brown, Mr. Oscar Roll, Mr. Charles Isles, they gladly accept the challenge of the 437 street lights that we will immediately effectuate repairs on. And Senators, I assure you, if this measure is passed, you will see a noticeable difference and change in the street lighting in the territory. As a good faith gesture for us to work together to come up with a more permanent solution.
Thank you very much, and thank you to WAPR. Every time I've called upon them in regards to some of the areas that have been out, they've been extremely responsive and taking care of those areas in terms of getting the street lights back up and running. So we appreciate the work that's being done there. Those guys are continue to risk their life and safety in the plants and the linemen and everyone else. We truly appreciate that. We had extensive discussion because street light was a line item within our budget markup. So that we could really look and see, and we search high and low. We search high and low to find a funding source to be able to make an impact in this street lighting situation. Hence, this is the approach that we initially come up with, and we're hoping to seek a long-term address of this moving forward. And it has to be a shared factor. I mean, we know that as a government, we can't just continue to take it all on. It has to be a shared responsibility, but at this time we wanted to make some type of an impact and being able to bring some resolve to this community and then move forward with a bigger approach in the future. Do I hear a motion that we need to go to a recess? Where are we? A recess? All right, so we'll take a 2 minutes recess and we'll dismiss you and then bring up our last block, number 3. As well. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess for 2 minutes.
You've been in this.
Hey!
The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back in record and out of recess. At this time, do I hear a motion? Senator Frederick, you recognize for your motion.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I move that Bill number 3, check that, an amendment, Title 23 of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, to establish. I stand corrected. Restate an act amendment, Title 23, Chapter 10, to establish civil penalties in regards to marine advisory and to create the Territorial Marine Safety Fund, be voted upon and favorably in this committee.
And sent.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Yes. Senator Frederick, yea. Senator Maurice C. James.
Maybe. Yes.
Senator James, yea. Senator Kurt A. Vele.
Yes.
Senator Vele, yea. Mr. Chair, 7 yea.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0209, an act amending Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, to establish civil limit penalties for disregarding marine advisories and to create the Territorial Marine Safety Fund, has been approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. Will be sent to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration and vetting. Madam Clerk, please call up the items in block number 3 at this time. The item. I'm sorry. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Senator
Yes.
Viale.
Motion.
You recognize your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that bill number 36, that's 0210, an act appropriating the sum of $4 million to the Virgin Islands Insurance Guarantee Fund to the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority for the repair, replacement, and operation of streetlights throughout the territory. Receive a favorable vote in this committee and be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Kurt Viale, seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden. Hearing no objection, roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Yes. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Yes. Senator Frederick, yea. Senator Maurice C. James.
Yes.
Senator James, yea. Senator Kurt A. Vele.
Yes.
Senator Vele, yea. Mr. Chair, 7 yea.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0210, an act appropriating the sum of $4 million from the Virgin Islands Insurance Guarantee Fund to the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority for repair, replacement, and operation of streetlights throughout the territory have been approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. Will be sent forward to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration and vetting. Congratulations. This time, Madam Clerk, please call up the item in block number 3.
Block number 3, Bill number 36-0184, an act amending Title 22 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 14, the Virgin Islands Insurance Holding Company System Regulatory Act to implement revisions that were made to the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, sponsored by Senator Milton E. Potter by request of the Governor. Invited testifier, Suzette Richards, Esquire, Legal Counsel, Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation. This concludes the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have Suzette Richards, Esquire, seated at the testifiers table, and we go to her for introduction at this time. Before we get your testimony, just do a mic check.
Suzette Richards, Legal Counsel with the Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation in the Office of the Lieutenant Governor and Commissioner of Insurance.
Okay. Ma'am?
Felicia Patrick Morris, Chief of Insurance, Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulations, Office of Lieutenant Governor.
Welcome to both of you. At this time, we're prepared to take your testimony.
Good day to the Honorable Novelli Francis. Okay. Good day to the Honorable Novelli Francis Jr., Chairman, honorable members of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, other senators present, as well as the viewing and listening audience. I am Attorney Suzette Richards, Legal Counsel, appearing on behalf of Attorney Glendina Matthew, Director of the Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation, hereinafter Division, within the Office of Lieutenant Governor and Commissioner of Insurance, hereinafter Commissioner, the Honorable Tregenza A. Roach, Esquire. I most respectfully appear before you today to provide testimony on Bill number 36-0184, an act amending Title 22 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 14, the Virgin Islands Insurance Holding Company System Regulatory Act, hereinafter the Virgin Islands Insurance Company Holding Company Act or Act, to implement revisions that were made to the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, hereinafter NAIC, Insurance Holding Company System Regulatory Act Model Law, hereinafter Insurance Holding Company Model Law. I am accompanied by Felicia Patrick Morris, the Division's Chief Examiner Insurance. I most respectfully inform this honorable body that the Division strongly supports Bill number 36-0184 with a technical revision outlined in this testimony. Bill number 36-0184 proposes amendments to Title 22 of the Virgin Islands Code, commonly known as the Virgin Islands Insurance Code, to implement revisions that were made to the NAIC's Insurance Holding Company Model Law in 2020 and 2021. The Division has appeared before this legislature on numerous occasions to provide testimony in support of adopting NAIC model laws. These efforts, together with the legislature's continued support, enabled the Virgin Islands to achieve NAIC accreditation on December 6, 2019, and to successfully retain its accreditation most recently on November 16, 2024. As an accredited jurisdiction, the Virgin Islands, like other accredited jurisdictions, is required to periodically update its insurance laws to maintain compliance with NAIC accreditation standards. These updates are essential to ensuring that our regulatory framework keeps pace with an ever-evolving insurance industry and that the Division has the necessary authority to oversee insurers doing business in the territory. Ultimately, these measures help safeguard policyholders by ensuring that insurers remain financially sound and able to pay claims and benefits in accordance with the terms and conditions of their policies. The Virgin Islands Insurance Holding Company Act, which we are seeking to amend today, is codified in Chapter 14 of Title 22 of the Virgin Islands Code. The act was enacted in 2017 and is based on the NAIC Insurance Holding Company Model Law. The accompanying regulations, also based on the corresponding NAIC model regulation, have been in effect in the territory since 2019. Both the Act and its implementing regulations are required components of the NAIC accreditation program. In addition, when the NAIC updates its model law or model regulation and designates those revisions as accreditation requirements, accredited jurisdictions must adopt those revisions to maintain compliance with the accreditation program standards. Accordingly, amendments proposed in this bill, which have been designated as accreditation requirements, are necessary to ensure the territory's continued adherence to NAIC accreditation standards. The Virgin Islands Insurance Holding Company Act establishes a regulatory framework for insurance groups, meaning insurers and their affiliated entities. Its purpose is to ensure appropriate oversight of transactions within an insurance holding company system, particularly where dealings between an insurer and its affiliated entities could disadvantage policyholders. For example, the law requires a domestic insurer to provide the commissioner with prior notice of certain transactions with affiliated entities, such as management and service agreements, reinsurance agreements, and the purchase or sale of assets, and to obtain the commissioner's non-disapproval before these transactions may proceed. This oversight helps prevent situations in which an affiliated entity could be unjustly enriched at the expense of the insurer and ultimately its policyholders. The group capital calculation and liquidity stress test provisions in Bill number 36-0184, which are based on the 2020 revisions to the NEIC Insurance Holding Company Model Law, would provide additional tools to effectively oversee insurance groups. The group capital calculation would provide critical financial information across the entire group, quantify risk, and increase transparency regarding how capital is allocated. It would help in assessing whether and to what extent an insurance company is supporting the operation of non-insurance entities within the group. By identifying risks that originate from non-insurance parts of the group, the calculation would help detect potential threats to the financial health of affiliated insurance companies. In essence, the group capital calculation would allow regulators to identify potential capital vulnerabilities within an insurance group early before they threaten the solvency of any insurance company, thereby allowing for a timely intervention to address emerging risks. The liquidity stress test provisions would require the ultimate controlling person of any insurer that falls within the scope of the NEIC's liquidity stress framework to file the result of the applicable year's liquidity stress test. These results would be used to enhance the understanding and supervision of liquidity risk within an insurance group. Whereas the group capital calculation is a group-wide capital assessment tool focused on evaluating capital adequacy and identifying potential solvency risks across the insurance group, the liquidity stress evaluates whether the insurance holding company system maintains sufficient liquidity to meet near-term cash needs under stress conditions. The liquidity stress test helps to ensure that an insurance group can convert assets into cash quickly enough to satisfy its obligations even during periods of severe market stress. Both the group capital calculation and the liquidity stress test are confidential regulator-only tools. The financial information that insurance groups provide in connection with these filings is proprietary in nature, and these tools are intended solely to enhance group-wide supervision, not for public disclosure or rating purposes. The group capital calculation and the liquidity stress test become accreditation requirements effective January 1st, 2026, and therefore must be implemented to ensure the territory's continued compliance with NEIC accreditation standards. Bill number 36-0184 also incorporates receivership provisions modeled in the NEIC's 2021 revisions to the Insurance Holding Company Model Law. The division strongly supports the adoption of these provisions, which will modernize the territory's insurance laws and enhance protections for policyholders. The receivership provisions would ensure that any affiliated entity that has an agreement with a domestic insurer to provide services that are integral to the insurer's operations, such as accounting, data processing, or claims handling services, or that are otherwise essential to meeting the insurer's obligation to policyholders, falls under the jurisdiction and authority of any receiver appointed for that insurer. The provisions would also authorize the commissioner to require that such agreements expressly state the affiliate's consent to the receiver's jurisdiction for purposes of interpreting, enforcing, and overseeing the affiliate's obligations under the agreement. By securing the receiver's clear authority over these critical service relationships, this bill helps ensure the continuity of essential functions if an insurer becomes subject to a delinquency proceeding, such as a rehabilitation or liquidation. This continuity is vital to preventing disruptions in insurance operations and safeguarding the interests of policyholders. The bill also authorizes the commissioner to require an insurer that is in a hazardous financial condition or in a condition that may warrant the commencement of a delinquency proceeding like a rehabilitation or liquidation to secure and maintain a deposit or bond sufficient to cover the cost of services provided by an affiliated entity that are integral or essential to the insurer's operations. In addition, the bill makes explicit that all records, data, premiums, and other funds belonging to the insurer remain the property of the insurer even when held by an affiliated entity. The bill also provides that these records and data must be segregable from all other records maintained by the affiliate and must remain accessible to a receiver. As of October the 31st, 2025, the group capital calculation and liquidity stress test provisions included in Bill number 36-0184 have been adopted in 48 jurisdictions and are under consideration in 3 additional jurisdictions, including this legislative body. As of that same date, the receivership provisions have been adopted in 27 jurisdictions and are under consideration in 2 others, again, including consideration before this body. As previously noted, the division supports Bill number 36-0184 with a technical revision to ensure that the provisions required for accreditation purposes are codified in a manner that is consistent with the model law. This clarity is essential so that both the division and the insurance industry can readily reference and cite these provisions when necessary. Section 321 of Title 22 of the Virgin Islands Code currently includes definition for 15 terms that are set out in subsections lettered A through O. Section 1A of Bill number 36-0184 proposes to redesignate these subsections as paragraphs 1 through 16 and then adds definitions for 3 additional terms: group capital calculation instructions, NEIC liquidity stress test framework, and scope criteria to be inserted in alphabetical order. The division notes one technical issue with this drafting. Because the bill adds 3 new definitions, Section 321 will ultimately contain 18 paragraphs, not 16. However, the redesignation clause in the bill instructs that the subsections be redesignated only as paragraphs 1 through 16. This does not make clear that after the insertion of the newly defined terms, Section 321 will consist of 18 paragraphs in total. To avoid codification ambiguity, and to ensure that Title 22 accurately reflects the structure intended by the model law, the division recommends that the reference to 16 and the redesignation clause be struck and replaced with 18. This correction will ensure that the amendments are properly codified and that the statute can be clearly interpreted and applied by regulators, insurers, and accreditation reviewers. With this technical revision, the division fully supports the enactment of Bill number 36-0184. Chairman Francis, members of this committee, and other senators present, this concludes the division's testimony on Bill number 36-0184. We thank you and the members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance for the opportunity to appear before you. Moreover, we greatly appreciate your support of our endeavors to update Title 22 of the Virgin Islands Code to implement provisions that are required for the Virgin Islands to maintain its accreditation with the NEIC and strengthen insurance laws to protect policyholders in the territory. We are prepared to respond to your questions on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Richards, for your testimony. And what's your title? You're assistant director? What's your
Legal counsel.
Legal counsel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, legal counsel, Richards. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Senate President, you wanted to say anything on this? You prepared to? Yes. You recognize at this time.
Thank you very much.
Please recognize the mic of Senate President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Special good afternoon to the testifiers from the LGO office who are before us today. Upon request of the Governor, Mr. Chair, I offer Bill number 36-0184. This legislation updates the Virgin Islands Insurance Holding Company System Regulatory Act to align with the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, NAIC, model law revisions adopted in 2020 to 2021. The amendment implements 3 critical regulatory tools: group capital calculations, liquidity stress testing frameworks, and enhanced receivership protections for policyholders. Colleagues, I ask you to support this bill primarily because it preserves the Lieutenant Governor's Office NAIC accreditation status. It aligns with national standards, strengthens financial oversight, it protects the Virgin Islands policyholders. It has minimal operational impact. Bottom line, this is technical but essential legislation to maintain the Virgin Islands hard-won NAIC accreditation. It modernizes our insurance laws to match national standards, strengthens our regulatory framework, and protects Virgin Islands policyholders, all again with minimal burden on complaint issuers. Failure to adopt these amendments risks the accreditation status and the competitiveness of our local insurance market. At the appropriate time, I ask my colleagues to vote favorably for this bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter, for presentation on bill number 36-0184. Before I open up to my colleagues for a 3-minute round, I wanted to ask you, Legal Counsel Richards, in regards to the liquidity stress test, is there a formula that's used there, and who's responsible for conducting that stress test?
It's the NAIC. They do it based on it's based on the NAIC's liquidity stress framework. And at this time, it's actually scoping in large life insurers to begin with. So they'll be looking at, different liquidity ratios under, various market stress type of scenarios. But it's not specifically laid out because it just references the liquidity stress test framework. Okay. That's a separate system to actually use to actually test the liquidity, the stress test. But like I said, at this particular time, it really involves insurers that are scoped in to that framework. And at this particular time, they're starting with large life insurers.
Okay. And were there instances that there is some challenges in being able to satisfactorily pass that liquidity stress test? Then what happened? Are they put on notice? Are they prohibited from continued operation or being able to insure an individual? What's the consequential response to that?
Okay, both of the tools, the group capital calculation and the liquidity stress framework, they're really looking at insurance groups as a whole. So it's not just the insurance company. These are tools, insurance companies tend to be heavily regulated entities, right? And a lot of our regulation today focuses on insurance companies, and not just here in the Virgin Islands, but this is nationwide. What these two tools would do, the group capital calculation and the liquidity stress framework, is that it would move the focus from not just the insurance company, but the insurance group as a whole. So what we're saying is that we have a scenario where, because insurance companies are so heavily regulated, we have healthy insurers that could possibly be in unhealthy groups. Because groups can be comprised of insurance companies, investment companies, there could be banks in there, you have a parent company, you could have insurance agencies. So insurance groups that include insurance companies could include a number of different entities. Now, when you look at these two tests, both the group capital calculation and liquidity stress framework, the information that you get as a regulator from this information, whether it's the group capital or the liquidity stress test, once you get that information across the entire group, not just the insurance company, there's not going to be a penalty or sanctions or any of that. It's really for regulatory supervision and oversight. For the group capital calculation, we're looking at instances where there's a potential capital issue across the group that could include a non-insurance entity, where you want to be able to spot these issues early and give some guidance and say, before it gets to the insurance company, because if the insurance company is heavily regulated, then likely the insurance company and the group could be very healthy and doing well, and if the group needs money, they might want to look to that entity. This is where you say, well, if you have these other entities that have capital issues, or if you perform a liquidity stress test and the group as a whole, starting with large life insurers, under severe market conditions, wouldn't be able to come up with cash to meet those near-term obligations, then there's some guidance and changes that have to be made. But this is all confidential, it's regulator only, and it's not going to be made public.
Very well. And those non-insurance entities, how many of those do we have here in the Virgin Islands?
Well, then we have groups here in the Virgin Islands. We have insurance companies that are part of insurance groups. And they may have non-insurance entities that are not necessarily here in the Virgin Islands.
All right.
Right? We have a situation where the parent company, the insurance company might be domiciled here and the parent is domiciled here for one insurance group. In another case with another insurance group, the domestic is here, but the parent is somewhere else. And affiliates are someplace else outside of the territory. They're not necessarily other entities in a group, even if we have a domestic here, they're not necessarily based here in the territory.
Very well.
Which is why the affiliate type of provisions for the receivership become important.
Yes.
Because we want to make sure that even if entities are outside the territory, we still have the ability to have jurisdiction over these entities and get whatever records they have for the insurer that might be doing business here.
Very well. So my final question is in regards to online entities, online insurance, and other non-insurance entities that may fall under this framework. Are they also monitored for compliance in these areas?
Non-insurance, this would be one of the first times these groups that extend, because we regulate the business of insurance. That's what we do.
Right.
The only reason these non-insurance entities are coming under the group capital calculation or the liquidity stress framework is because there's an insurance company in the group. So the regulation is really going to be focused on capital, any sort of capital issues that the group has, whichever non-insurance entity is there. And if there's a liquidity stress test and they're scoped in, which we're starting with large life insurers, then that will be the focus for those types of entities.
Okay, very well. Thank you. This time I'll open up the floor for a discussion from my colleagues on this matter, and we'll recognize the banker himself, Hubert Frederick. You recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. That's an insurance broker too, right? Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, testifiers, colleagues, listening and viewing audience, my office and central staff. I am so glad we're having this discussion today. I thought this was very timely, given the fact that today we were discussing about the Insurance Guarantee Fund. So this is good. We have a stress test mechanism that we're considering now for groups and affiliates of insurance companies to make sure they stay financially solvent, right? And my question is, Attorney Richards, have we done a stress test for the firms that operates within the Virgin Islands? I know their requirements is like $7 million, right? Their requirements, I think $7 million, that is their minimum capital requirement. What's the chances of us attracting more insurers by not raising their capital requirement, but increasing our insurance guarantee fund so that we can in fact absorb any potential weakness with weaker carriers, but we'll have more carriers in here to add competition to the insurance market, and so that we could in fact have coverage. We're at 50 million now. I would love that number to be much higher so that we could feel more safe for our policyholders. What's your thoughts on that?
Okay, and the question is about increasing the capital.
The insurance guarantee fund, so that we can attract more insurers, but with a weaker capital base, so that we can, in fact, if anything did go wrong, we could absorb that risk.
Well, I'd have to say that any insurance company that comes here to do business have to comply with whatever statutory rules are required for that particular entity. At a minimum, they would have to meet the requirements in the statute. But in terms of the insurance guarantee fund, I think in terms of, if you're asking whether we should increase the $50 million cap, I would have to tell you that, yes, that would be good, because keep in mind, a few years ago, we amended the guarantee fund so that it doesn't just cover property and casualty, but also life and health. So we have the same amount, the $50 million cap, but now we've extended the number of possible entities that could fall under the guarantee fund.
1 minute.
And I would also add that, I know there was a lot of talk about hurricanes for property and casualty companies, but if we extend the framework to life and health, there are a number of reasons companies can become insolvent that are outside of hurricanes, especially including the life and health. So it's always a good thing to increase the ultimate cap, and then, of course, looking to perhaps, there's a limit, right? So every claim is only, which the Virgin Islands, I think, might have the lowest limits probably throughout the United States. Like most places like
on PNC, right.
well, across the
30
board,
seconds.
the claim is $50,000, less $50. So the
Right.
most you could get, even if you had a company became insolvent and you had a claim, even if it's a property casualty, is $49,950, which is fairly low, given how expensive it is, to repair homes, if it's property or casualty, or the type of claims people could have.
But if we increase the insurance guarantee fund, back on that argument, then we could increase the limits, like, for example, on auto claims, and that way people could get more protection over
Time.
their vehicles, because their SUVs right now aren't being covered if they stick with the statutory minimums that we have.
Yes, but I'll say this much, just to make a slight distinction. The guarantee fund only covers companies. In order for guarantee, you get coverage under the guarantee fund, an insurance company has to become insolvent.
Correct.
And then there are caps for, the auto, what you're talking about, the compliance law, right? For auto
Correct.
liability. Oh, sorry. So there are caps separately, right? This is across the board under the compulsory auto liability law. And there are minimum caps that would have to be met there. That's a little separate from the cap.
But
of
I
the
would like to
guarantee fund.
increase those caps with more carriers. But in order to do so, I have to increase my insurance guarantee rate, because chances are then I'll be susceptible to more risk. That was my point.
Okay, the insurance, the goal of the guarantee fund is really hopefully never to use it, right? So companies do have to pay into it, but we have these laws in place because we don't want any company to become insolvent, right? We try to avoid insurance solvencies, because once you become insolvent, you won't be able to, you don't get the best, you won't get as much as you would otherwise have gotten if we make sure that there's solvency, right? Because there's a cap of the $50,000 less $50, $49,950, versus someone having a policy for $300,000, right? And having a claim where their whole home is destroyed.
Thank you so much for your response. We're going to have a lot more conversation. Thank you very much
Okay.
for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. The next senator that we go to is Senator Ray Fonseca. Before I go there, is there any other pending accreditation policy or model laws that we need to undertake or review at this time? Is this the only pending one?
This is the only one that's required for accreditation. That goes into effect January 1st. We do have another bill, but it's not an accreditation requirement. But we do have another one.
Another one coming through the
Yes,
pipeline?
that also has a January. Yes, we do.
All right. And you're saying everything else everything else have already met the accreditation levels for NAIC, and simply we just need to make sure that this one moves forward. in
Yes,
terms of the
this
law.
one goes into effect January 1st, 2026.
Thank you. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so I wanted to ask a question about the NAIC liquidity stress tests. So is there different requirements for the smaller companies as opposed to the larger, or everyone is the same percentage? Tell me how you break it down.
No,
if
they're
you
not.
have a small insurance company as opposed to a big one.
At this time, the liquidity stress framework, we have to adopt it as part of our laws for an NAIC accreditation requirement, because you also want to avoid regulatory arbitrage, where you have companies trying to shop around to get laws and to incorporate or do business in jurisdiction that don't have these laws. But to answer your question, the liquidity stress framework is really going to focus on, at this time, large life insurers, because they have trillions of dollars of assets, they have millions of policyholders, they're tied, they have long tail claims, like life policies are expected to be in place for 20, 30 years. So at this time, the liquidity stress framework that we're implementing is really going to affect large life insurers. So these would be the companies that provide life insurance, annuity type policies that really go into place, and we expect them to be in place for maybe 30 or 50 years. And they're deeply tied. These particular large life insurers tend to be really tied to capital markets, and you want to be able to assess if there are any stress scenarios, like we had the 2008 financial crisis. If we have severe stress scenarios that exist that involve large life insurers, you want to make sure they'll be able to pay their claims, and there's sufficient liquidity for them to do that.
Well, Sir Popa, let's break that down a little bit. So now basically you're trying to determine if they have enough liquid assets to pay expected quick outflows, something like that. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so good. I understand you now. So now give me a number. Say, I don't want to use any known name, right? But say a company has 100 people and each one of them have 100,000 life insurance policy. What would be their liquidity stress test? What would they need to pass?
Okay, I wouldn't be able to give you a number because there's no number per se.
It's no percentage.
There's no specific capital. It's not set so you have to meet a specific capital ratio. That's
Okay.
that's not the nature of this.
Okay. So you're looking at the company's balance sheet, the income and expense, the operating. What specific financial statement are you looking at?
Well, it's not going to just be a financial statement. You're going to be looking at a lot of different obligations. You probably look at the debt that the parent company might hold. You might look at agreements between the entities in the group to understand what their obligations are. You're going to, of course, look at whatever type of coverage for the insurance company may be written. So it's really going to turn on a lot of different. And then, of course, what are the market stress factors that you're looking at, because you have to subject these entities to severe market stress, which is meaning we're not looking at, this is a forward-looking and it may never occur, right?
Okay.
So a market stress, if you're doing a liquidity stress test, you're doing severe, you're looking at a whole number of things. Maybe you're saying, let's say we have a sad situation. This is just an example. We have the 2008, we have large life insurers. We have the 2008 that has, and then what's the makeup of the group, right? Let's say the group has an investment company. Let's say we have 2 large life insurers in a group, but we also have an investment company. We have a parent, maybe we have real estate. And you say, well, we have the 2008 financial crisis with the market collapse, and we have life insurers facing a cash call. Maybe we throw a pandemic in there. So let's say we have a pandemic, we have the 2008 financial crisis, we have maybe we have a PNC that's part of the group, and we have 3 Category 5 storms.
Okay. So you're
looking at, these are not things that have actually occurred.
Okay.
I'm just saying you're subjecting it to severe market stress to say if all of these, and I'm just giving an example.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I could just wrap up. So basically then you're protecting the consumers.
Yes. Yes. Keeping in mind, of course, that the liquidity stress is mostly going to deal with large life insurers at this time.
Okay, so let me ask you on a scale of 1 to 10, where are the Virgin Islands now, and where will we be when we consider this legislation?
Well, we're accredited, and we need to remain accredited. And if we don't have this legislation, our accreditation would most likely be suspended. So we would not be accredited.
Okay, well, at the appropriate time, I'm definitely in favor, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Kirk Vieira, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That time went very fast. I just, before I begin, I want to commend, that's Attorney Richards that's been answering all the questions?
Yes, yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, very, very, very knowledgeable. So it's good to hear your answer to the various questions that are being asked. In reference to this bill, I know it's one of the model law, but are the tenets of this bill presently being executed? Are you doing it? And you just need it to be codified, or you're waiting to do what's in the bill after it's codified?
Yeah, we're not doing this because we don't have the law. So it needs to be codified in order. There are corresponding regulations that have to be issued, and we can't do that unless the law is passed. So we're not doing this. We're waiting for the law.
Okay, so right now, what are you actually doing in reference to this particular market?
Well, keep in mind that what this bill does is extends our ability to regulate groups, right? Other entities within a group. Right now, our regulation is based on really looking at insurance companies within the group. Yes, our regulation is based on looking at insurance companies within the group, meaning we're going to regulate for solvency, there are going to be capital requirements, we're going to look at corporate governance, they have quarterly financial analysis, they have a financial examination every five years. So the insurance companies that are part of, if there's any relationship, any agreement with the insurance company that's a domestic and some other affiliate, they have to submit that agreement. Or if they meet certain thresholds, whether it's reinsurance or whatever the case may be, that would be subject to review. All of those things are done today. All of those things would be done today for individual insurance companies that are part of the group. What this legislation would allow us to do is move beyond looking at just the insurance company that we regulate and look more across the groups themselves that these insurance companies are a part of. With the understanding that because insurance companies are so heavily regulated, we can have a scenario where you can have a very healthy insurance company financially because they have so much regulation that are part of a group that's not financially healthy. And so the concern becomes, well, how does that affect the insurance company? Because our concern is always about the solvency of the insurance company. And when you have these related entities and they have agreements among each other and there's money being moved around, we need to understand, because there's more than one reason an insurance company can fail. Even a very healthy one could be subjected to financial stress if it's in an unhealthy group.
Okay, so this in effect helps to prevent insolvency.
Yes, it's going to look at it helps to prevent financial solvency by looking at not just the insurance company, but entities within the group as a whole, and what those financial conditions are across the group.
Okay, so that's a good thing because colleagues, you're saying that this is a measure that's helping to protect the insurance guarantee fund. And now this particular law, is necessary, but this bill is necessary to maintain our accreditation status, correct?
Yes. The liquidity stress test and the group capital calculations are required to be in place by January 1st, 2026 to maintain our accreditation.
Okay, by January 1st, you said?
Yes, by January 1st. That's when the requirement goes into effect.
Time.
Okay, all right, thank you so much.
We have
Mr. Chair.
notified them that the bill is pending and that it is under consideration. So we have let them know that.
Wait, put that on the record again, say that again.
No, I said we've notified them that it is pending, it has been introduced, so the NAIC is aware that we are working on getting it implemented in the territory.
Okay, thank you so much, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Senator Vielle. At this time, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing listener present. Attorney Richard, you're on the ball. So this act governs affiliated insurance entities where the people of the territory purchase insurance from companies, and the leeway that the insurance companies have, this bill gives the Lieutenant Governor office, the insurance office, the ability to regulate some of the different things that they're doing. Now, does it relate to mortgages?
No, it would not relate to mortgages specifically unless there is a mortgage lender or broker that happens to be part of the group. And even then, it's not going to specifically relate to mortgages. The only thing this would look at is capital. That's it. And that's any entity. Whether it's an investment company or a real estate company, it would have to be within the group itself. And it's really, if it's a group capital requirement, it's really going to be looking at capital.
So how are the groups created?
The groups are created an insurance holding company system is really defined as two or more related entities, at least one or more of which is an insurance company. So you have a scenario where they're going to all have common control, an ultimate controlling parent, right? So the groups
excuse me one second. So would the groups be like you said, life insurance, entities that deal with life insurance, one group? Entities that deal with home insurance, another group like that? No?
No. Okay. A group is, where you have an insurance company and you have related entities. You could have another, let's say just to give you an example, they're not domiciled here. Let's say Liberty Mutual. That company may have at least 5 different entities in it that are related, that might do business. That's just an example. So an insurance group, it would be any group that involves, it has to be at least 2. So it involves an insurance company and one or more other entities. You could have a parent, you could have real estate, You could have insurance agencies. You could have other companies that maybe are just service providers. It all depends on whatever those related entities are. So you have the insurance company, and then you could have non-insurance entities. It could be an investment company. It could be any other company, but they're all related. They may all have the same parent. They have the same ultimate controlling person.
Okay,
That's
so
why it's
with-
a group. They're related companies.
With this accreditation, would it open the door for more insurance companies to come in?
30 seconds.
I think accreditation does help to do that because at least it tells companies that we have a framework that's in place that's similar to what's across the United States. You know, we have laws that are similar. They know what those laws are. It's very predictable. Industry is a part of actually creating. By the time these bills get to the legislature, industry is also a part. They have an opportunity to give feedback. You have regulators across the United States. You have insurance companies across the United States who have the ability to give feedback and create these bills. So by the time they're implemented across jurisdictions, you have consumer advocates, you have a lot of people that have given input in the creation of these bills whenever we get to the legislative stage.
Okay, and in closing, Mr. Chair, I'd just like to ask, in the bill, section 325 is amended as follows. In subsection D, by adding a sentence immediately following the last sentence that reads, the definition of materiality provided in this subsection is not applicable to the group capital calculation or the liquidity stress test framework. What would materiality be referring to in regards to group capital calculation or liquidity stress test framework?
I think what that section is meant to say is that that particular section is not applicable because the group capital calculation and the liquidity stress framework has their own standards, right? So that particular section that's in there, let me see here, subsection D of 325, subsection D. Oh,
C.
sorry.
No, subsection C. Section C, subsection 325 is amended.
Okay, and number one, right? You're looking
Correct.
at number one.
Correct.
Okay. And it says-
Materiality.
right. And it talks about, let's see here, 325D from disclosure file. Yeah. Okay. No information need be disclosed on the registration file pursuant to subsection B if the information is not material for the purposes of the section. That's what's contained in D right now, right? So subsection D says no information need be disclosed on the registration statement filed pursuant to subsection B if the information is not material for the purposes of this section. So I think what that section is saying is that the definition of materiality is not applicable to the group calculation and the liquidity.
Okay. Could you define materiality? Just in closing, so you could define materiality is probably what I'm trying to get at, or scenario of what materiality would be and not applicable to these 2 points.
Okay, I think when it says it's material, if something is not material, something is not considered to be important unless this is the case. I think a lot of times for materiality, it's actually sometimes defined within the statute. There could be something, it says here by rules, purchases, sales, or any of these types of things. There are places where, for example, in 326, there are sections in 326 which looks to like material transactions, and it even sets specific guidelines as to when something becomes material, right? For example, it has to be a certain % of assets or whatever the case may be. So if you go below that, then it might not be considered material. But none of that is relevant for the liquidity stress or group capital because it has its own instructions.
Okay.
So that's...
I got that.
Yeah.
Thank you for the I got it. The explanation, I got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. At this time, Senator Maurice James, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My questions are really for my education because this is a very technical area. I wanted to find out, you said, are there existing insurance groups in the Virgin Islands?
Yes.
There are, okay. And then there is the section where you spoke that the commissioner requires the agreements that the insurer enters into with the affiliate. The affiliate has to consent to the receiver's jurisdiction, right? And so my question goes back to if there are already existing insurance groups and they've already entered into such agreements, how does the law, if the enactment of this legislation, would it then require them to go back and have the affiliates subject themselves to the consent to the receiver's jurisdiction, if I'm making sense? Because they're already existing, right? Because what you're doing is you're overseeing the affiliates' obligation under the agreements that they entered into. Am I on the right track? You could help me out here if
Yeah, we do.
I'm trying to figure out if prior to, and it's really connected to the majority leader's question about about us requiring now to make sure that we update our laws, and whether, so it's almost like, okay, have this been this particular area of the insurance industry, has it been happening in the VA before the enactment of this law? That's really what I'm getting at. And then would they now, because we passed the law, be subjected to the law even though they've been in existence prior to the law? You see what I'm asking?
I think I understand what you're saying. You're saying, I want to clarify that with respect to the receivership provisions, they're only going to apply to affiliates. Affiliates can have management agreements. Even if we have groups, these provisions would only apply to certain types of management agreements, those that provide essential or integral services. That's the first thing, right? So,
okay.
Oh,
okay.
I'm sorry. Okay. These particular agreements would only...
1 minute.
These particular agreements only apply to service agreements or management agreements for integral or essential services that's provided to the insurance company. That's the first thing. They don't apply to all agreements. And not all, even though we have insurance groups, not all groups may have agreements with their affiliates to provide essential or integral services. So I want to clarify that. This only applies to a limited scope. First, they would have to have them, and not all companies have these agreements. Some insurance companies may do the services on their own. So they may not necessarily have these agreements to begin with. So they're not necessarily
30 seconds.
in place. So I just want to clarify that.
So when you, and then, okay, I thank you for that. That was very, very helpful. So when the, now though, with the passage of the law, the insurer has to get the approval of the commissioner of insurance on which transactions they can proceed with, correct?
That law has been, they've already had that law in place. So the law to get the approval, that's already in place under Section 326. So management and service agreements are already required to be submitted prior to it actually going into place. So those are things that we would review. But the management and service agreements that might be in place may not necessarily be for the essential or services. It may not meet this particular threshold. This particular bill is primarily concerned with essential services, anything that would impact the policyholder, or accounting or claims handling, those types of things that might be provided by an affiliate.
Because, yeah, and I'll just follow up on that, because, you know, the sentence that says this oversight helps prevent situations in which an affiliated entity could be unjustly enriched at the expense of the insurer and ultimately its policyholders. So this, in fact, then strengthens your jurisdiction or authority. Is that what's happening here?
It does, but 326 is already in place, and it already requires them to be filed, and they have to be subject to, it has to be fair and reasonable. So what this would do, yes. So this just extends agreement, this just amends the law to say that any of these agreements between a domestic insurer and an affiliate that provides essential or integral services, these types of agreements are subject to the receiver's jurisdiction and supervision. And that's because...
And then I'm getting a better idea. And then the group capital calculation, where you talk about that in a paragraph, and you say that it allows timely intervention. How do you intervene as the commissioner? How as the entity that oversees all of this? How would you intervene to prevent the insolvency?
I don't know that we necessarily have an insolvency. I think that the group capital calculation looks at the group, and if there are concerns with capital adequacy across the group, before it affects the insurance company and the solvency of the insurance company, once the group capital calculation comes back and suggests there's another non-insurance entity that has a problem, a financial issue, I think that's where the regulator can step in and say, well, we have this particular issue. We have some guidance that we want to give regarding how this issue is going to be addressed. You can look and see whether there's any agreements with the insurance company, see whether or not there's capital going from the insurance company to this particular entity, see what its capital needs are, and bring that to the attention of the group and have them, once that issue surfaces, decide how they're going to proceed to make sure that it doesn't affect the insurance company. It's really for supervision purposes. There's not a penalty or sanction.
But you're providing guidance. You're not necessarily mandating that certain actions be taken. For example, with the diversion of, let's say, capital to the affiliated entities, correct?
If it involves the insurance company, we have different regular authority that we can take, because we also look at other types of agreements. Currently, the law already allows us to look at agreements between a domestic insurer and one of these affiliated entities. Whether it's sales, whether it's, we're looking at dividends, or we're looking at any number of things, we already have authority when it comes to that insurance company to look at what's going on and make sure that insurance company is not going to be supporting or providing capital to this company that has an issue. But then there's concerns about the overall group as well, because there might be times if the insurance company needs an infusion of cash, that if the group has issues, well, how are you going to address that? So that's something we have to have a conversation with whoever the parent is of that entity. To make sure that it doesn't affect the solvency of the insurance company, because ultimately that's who we regulate and that's who we want to protect.
Regulate. Right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your responses to me this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice James. Next point of information, Senator Frederick. Please recognize the mic of Senator Frederick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Quick question, Attorney Richards. In reference to this scenario that we're discussing, would a foreign entity impact your stress test? If a foreign entity is part of the grouping?
A foreign entity, if it's a part of the group for the liquidity stress test calculation, then yes, it can affect if it's part of the group, then yes, it can affect the stress test.
But it's not even connected domestically to any carrier.
Oh, okay. The liquidity stress, if you're talking, the liquidity stress framework is really going to look at, well, right now it's large life insurers, and we don't really have any large life insurers that are domestic. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we don't have any large life insurers that are domestics here. So, but if there was a foreign entity that's part of a large life insurer group, then because it involves the group, then yes, the liquidity of that particular entity would have to be considered under the liquidity stress framework, because it looks at the group.
Yeah, and when we start doing the PNC side, that's going to also be a huge impact. Correct? Yeah.
If PNC companies become part of the liquidity stress framework, then yes, you're going to look at that. But that's a good thing for the industry, right? Yeah. I mean, when you look at if we move towards including, property casualty companies, these aren't bad things for the industry. These are really good things, right? They might not be happy about it, but if there's a capital issue, just having the law itself gives a lot of companies, motivates them to fix problems before they happen. Yeah. They're going to run the group calculation. They're going to run it, and if they see a problem, most of them will fix it on their own before it even gets to a regulator.
Thanks for the response. Just know that would be the biggest headache. Thanks a lot, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. And To wrap up this particular round, Senator Potter, the bill sponsor, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Special good afternoon to our testifiers from the Lieutenant Governor's office. Attorney Richards, I wanted to ask you, you were re-accredited in November 2024, right? What was the NAIC's assessment of our regulatory framework at that time?
Well, we did very well. Okay. We have been accredited for the full 5-year period. So that means we don't have any re-reviews or any issues at all that we have to follow up or monitor. Okay. So we did very well across the board. Part A is the laws, and Part B is concerned with financial analysis and examinations. It takes into consideration a lot of different things. You have Part C, Part D. Part A, however, would be all of the laws. But yes, okay. we were unanimously accredited. And
did they identify these specific changes as priorities that we needed to implement?
They're all jurisdictions that need to implement them, not just the Virgin Islands. So these group capital calculation and the liquidity stress test requirements, all jurisdictions have to implement, all accredited jurisdictions have to implement them. And to date, 48 jurisdictions have. And it's now pending, and I think I said 3 other jurisdictions. But yes, so far 48 places have already done that.
Now, what role do these insurance companies play in this process? Is it something that you meet with the insurance companies and share with them what's coming down? How does that work in terms of your interaction with insurance companies, local insurance companies?
Well, when laws are passed, whenever laws are passed, insurance companies should get notice of that it's in fact passed. But we actually have a lot of interaction with our domestic companies because they're subject to, there's a lot of regulation that applies to them. For example, there's like the quarterly financial analysis. We have financial examinations every 5 years. So we actually have a lot of contact. We don't have that many domestic insurers. We really only have 3 of them at this time. So we actually have the ability to have a lot of contact with them because they are, in fact, heavily regulated entities. And there's a lot of information that's already required of insurance companies.
Got you. Now, what resources do you need? Just in terms of staff training, technology. I mean, do you have all that you need to effectively implement and enforce these new requirements that are coming now?
This is where I wish the director would have been here. In terms of talking about staffing needs, I'm just legal counsel. That's a little outside my role. But staffing, I will say this much for accreditation purposes. Having adequate staffing is a part of accreditation. So that is something that that the accreditation team does. In fact, it's part of our interim annual review. It's part of our self-evaluation guide. They do look to make sure you do have adequate staffing because, as you've pointed out, having the laws is one thing, but the more you have laws, you have to have the people to enforce them. So I will say that it is part of that. That is something that the accreditation process looks at.
Okay. Just a technical question. I wanted you to explain in plain language what a group capital calculation measures and why it's important for regulatory oversight.
Okay, the group capital calculation would measure the capital needs across an entire group, meaning the insurance company and the non-insurance entities that are within the group, because it's a recognition of the fact that an insurance company can become insolvent for many reasons. It doesn't have to be a hurricane, for example. If you have a very healthy insurance company that's a part of a group, but you have unhealthy companies, other companies within the group that are non-insurance, but maybe financially troubled or they have capital issues or potential. I don't want to say anybody actually has issues. That's the group capital calculation, is to be able to identify any potential capital shortfalls and to be able to address them before it gets to the stage where it could affect the solvency of the insurance company that's a part of the group.
One final question. Can you explain what a liquidity stress test measures and how that differs from the group capital calculation?
Well, the group capital calculation is concerned with capital, right, across the group. The liquidity stress tests, and at this time, as I've indicated, it's really large life insurers. is really concerned with the group being able to meet its liquidity, its near cash obligations. That's a liquidity issue. Are you able to meet that under severe market stress? And I want to stress that this is why this is only for regulator use. Severe market stress doesn't mean this has happened, right? You are looking at scenarios where if these things happen, will you be able to have access to liquidity to make sure you continue to pay your claims and meet the obligations of the policy? And that's across the group, right? Because you have multiple entities that could be in the group. If you have this severe market stress, would the insurance company that's a part of the group, can the group as a whole meet its liquidity obligations? Because there could be time where the parent might have to infuse cash into an insurance company. Can you do that if you have entities that might have financial issues? So it looks at those types of scenarios.
Thank you very much for your response. I'll tell the Lieutenant Governor that his office was ably represented today, for sure. At the appropriate time, even though I don't get a vote in this committee, at the appropriate time when it comes to rules, I plan to vote in the affirmative for this bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter. At this time, I'll give you a 30-second closeout.
Well, we would like to thank,
Unless Ms. Valencia, Patrick, anything that you wanted to put on the record? I didn't want you to feel left out in this whole discussion. You good?
My legal did as well. Yes.
All right. Yes.
Well,
go
we'd
ahead.
like to thank the Honorable Novell Francis, Chairman, honorable members of this Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and other senators present for the opportunity to appear before you today and testify on behalf of Bill number 36-0184. We appreciate your continued support in helping us to implement necessary provisions that we need to maintain the territory's accreditation with the NAIC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You did a good job. And at this time, I heard a motion. So, Senator Blyden, you recognize your motion. Please recognize the mic of the Senate Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that Bill number 36-0184, an act amending Title 22 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 14, the Virgin Islands Insurance Holding Company System Regulatory Act, to implement revisions that were made to the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, be voted on favorably in this committee, and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and action. I so move.
Second. Motion properly made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Heber Frederick, Senator Ray Fonseca, and Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Hearing no objection, roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Yes. Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca? Yea. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novelli Francis?
Yea.
Senator Francis, yea. Senator Hubert L. Frederick? Yes. Senator Frederick, yes. Senator Maurice C. James?
Yes.
Senator James, yes. Senator Kurt A. Vele?
Yes.
Senator Vele, yes. Mr. Chair, 7 yeas.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0184, an act amending Title 22 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 14, the Virgin Islands Insurance Holding Company System Regulatory Act, to implement the revisions that were made to the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, have been favorably approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and will be sent to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration and vetting. This concludes this meeting. Before I close, I want to say happy holidays. Happy holidays. We have a packed festival season with cultural activities and celebration. I urge everyone to be safe, be smart, don't drink and drive, and most of all, have fun. On behalf of my wife, Avril, and my staff, as well as post-audit, I wish everyone a safe, happy, and festive holiday season. Let's celebrate the timeless traditions in every mix for Festival 2025-2026. Again, I want to thank the central staff and everyone that participated in today's hearing, and thank you for your continued work. Central staff, have a good holiday season, and be well. That being said, and there is no further business before the committee, I want to say the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is hereby adjourned. God bless each and every one of you.
Before everybody come talking to you.